Hello there, internet friends and frenemies and arch enemies. Welcome back to another debate dissection where we are doing an autopsy. This is part 2 of the autopsy on the debate between Godless Engineer and Joel Settecase. So welcome back. I am joined today by, as always, my wonderful, amazing co-host, Better Than Ember. How you doing, Ember?
Hello. I'm surviving.
I just got Queen vibes, like Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah. Hold on. I have.
You have a crown? Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Okay. Yep.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, look, don't hassle Queen Elizabeth. As much as I hate the English aristocracy, she did drive trucks in World War II. That's a pretty baller move, quite frankly. So, yeah.
She had nice puppos.
Anyway, how are you? Sorry, I'm just like asking how you are and then going on about the dead queen.
It's interesting. I don't know. Hung out with my son today. He's
Nice.
not feeling so great. He picked up a cold somewhere.
Oh, that's not nice.
I dosed him up with medicine and then overfed him chicken Alfredo, as one does.
Yeah. I'm not sure which is more effective, to be honest with you. It was just a rhinovirus kind of thing, common cold.
It's hard to say. It was coughing, sneezing, gravelly voice, and could be anything.
Yeah.
Could be allergies. I don't know.
Could be influenza, yeah. And today, I'm very excited. We have the amazing John Gleason, the Godless Engineer himself, joining us. How are you, John?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I actually, so earlier today, I was fashionably late, and by fashionably, I mean about 30 minutes late to a sort of mock debate. It really wasn't all that much of a debate,
Right.
for the Santa Clarita atheists. Basically,
Okay.
they had me come and sort of present my case against 3 different topics. And like the first topic was the historical reliability of the Bible. The second one was mythicism. And then the third one was whether or not Christianity, or like, is Christianity bad for women? And so like, I kind of, I had to write up like pretty extensive, like, opening opening statements for each topic. So I had like about 15 minutes for each topic that I could present on. And so I had to write like this
That's
week.
a lot
I had
of
to write all
work.
3 of those.
That is a lot of work. 15-minute presentations. Yeah. People don't realize how much sort of work goes into these things when you're actually doing a presentation. You have to get everything together. Absolutely. That is a lot of work. Yeah. How'd it go?
I mean, I thought it went pretty well. There was a guy there that was kind of like meant to give constructive criticism. He's like a speech expert and all this other stuff.
Okay.
Public communications expert and everything. And he pretty much said that I like did a really good job, with the exception of the fact that you could tell when I was reading from my opening script versus like adding something that I just innately knew, or in the response section where I would just talk about stuff that I knew about. He said that there was a stark difference there. So if there's a way that I can figure out how to really, I guess, internalize my opening statement, so it comes across as more natural as opposed to like reading it, then it'll sound better.
Well, there's 2 main ways you can go about that. The first is the same as with any time you want to memorize lines for theater is you just practice, rehearse, and try to make the flow more natural, just like if you were doing a character in a theatrical production. The other is also practice, but like practice like in a newsreader kind of sense, like get used to reading off a screen at the same rate and style that you flow naturally, so that you can read at the same speed you normally talk at, and then no one can tell.
I generally go in for like some parts of, like if I'm doing something really technical, like I was doing evolution the other day and I've got to have, I was really focusing on endogenous retroviruses. I needed that information because I'm not a biologist and, I'm really relying on that. But a lot of the times I'll put in dot points of something that I know really well throughout it. So I've got a dot point there where I can just go to, and adding this on kind of thing, and then that might be a nice middle ground where you're, because sometimes you need to have things written out in order to say it correctly. But I think dot points can be really good, like a dot point saying, hey, mention natural selection. I don't need to have that written out to mention it, kind of thing. So you can have a mix. I usually use PowerPoint because that's what I've used in my corporate life, my previous reincarnation as a corporate drone. I think that if you're using it correctly, like the slideshow correctly with all the notes and stuff, it's really powerful. It's really good. I mean, there's a reason why it's so ubiquitous throughout sort of, giving presentations. But hey, I'm just shilling for Microsoft over here. My check should be in the mail,
Yeah, normally I do a presentation. I'm sorry, Amber, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just playing off what Mark said, and it's a random sponsorship.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, normally I do have like a presentation, but like in the debate that we're reviewing this weekend and last weekend, that was on TikTok. So like there was no way for me to like give a presentation just due to the technology. But normally I do have a presentation that I run through, and like I have speaking notes that are very much more natural in flow. Right. This, I had to write up 3 separate openings for 3 like sort of related to topics, but still different enough to where they needed their own script. Yeah. So it's I didn't have the time to necessarily like actually get to know like my script and everything and whatnot and polish it that way. So I was just like, look, I'll get all of my notes together, I'll write it up, and I'll present it and see what happens.
At least they didn't start with "Hello, my name is Kent Hovind." At least it didn't start with that. That's terrible. Absolutely
One of these
terrible.
days, I'm going to write a presentation that starts with "Hello, my name is Kent Hovind," just for the reactions. People be like, "Wait, what's happening?"
I did get a question from somebody in the audience that was like, "Do you think that if Jesus was a real person, he was at least better than Kent Hovind?" And I'm like, I can't think of a place in scripture where where Jesus body slammed his wife. So I mean, yeah, he's obviously better.
Or, Jesus cheats on taxes kind of thing. I think he said like, give unto Caesar kind of thing. What is Caesar's not?
Was that Jesus or was that Paul?
I don't remember. Render unto Caesar.
I think it was Jesus.
I'm not sure. I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and render unto God what is God's.
Yeah, but Kent Hovind is like, look, you don't have to pay taxes because the government's illegal or some crap like that. His like sovereign citizen videos are a hoot. I will say that they are actually funny how ridiculously demented they are. But on top of, look, if you're saying is Jesus better than Kent Hovind, it's like that's a low bar, right? That's a really low bar to clear on that one.
The bar is in hell.
Wow. Yeah, I won't debate that guy anymore. If you didn't know, John, I really will not. He is, I think I draw the line at debating somebody who has been convicted of domestic violence. Even though he's appealing, he can do his appeal, and I'm not debating somebody who's a literal wife beater. No way.
Yeah. I feel like I should be proud to say that I feel like the only atheist in the community that he hasn't whacked off. Because he
hasn't whacked me.
Oh, he hasn't whacked you off?
No,
okay.
no.
Damn.
And Mark's actually faced up. He probably doesn't know who the fuck I am, but Mark's faced him.
Yeah, I've faced him on I think 3 occasions and kicked his ass pretty soundly every time. And he sort of won't whack me, and I'm kind of disappointed. I think. I think that he likes doing it against people he feels have alternative lifestyles and things that aren't Christian. And me, I don't. I'm happily married and monogamous with no alternative lifestyle. So maybe that's the same for you, John. Maybe he just doesn't see anything to go, which is terrible. Like how horrible a person you have to be. At least whack.
He likes going after people with big channels.
That is true, and
like
how dare you?
Guy, who is a straight cis white man with a wife and lives in Oklahoma and etc. and obviously loves science.
Look, my channel's not big, but it has been cold, okay? Just relax, all right? There's a bit of shrinkage there, right? Just leave me alone.
Well, so okay, it's been the summer. This makes sense. It's been summer here in the U.S., so that means it's been winter down there, right?
Oh yeah,
so
absolutely.
The shrinkage makes sense.
Yeah. We've also had tornadoes, which I want to stress this: we don't get tornadoes, okay? Which is very, very wild and terrible. Why is my thing in the wrong place? Give me one sec. There we go. My watermarks. It's got to move. All right. We're up to 27:21 was the timestamp that we're at. This is the debate on where was it hosted, John?
So it was hosted on TikTok on the Day of Debates channel over there on TikTok.
Okay.
Yeah, they have a YouTube channel which also has like the thing on it too. So yeah, it's called Day of Debates is what they call it.
Right. Do they have a lot of debates on there? Are they pretty frequent?
Sometimes I know that they generally like to kind of, I guess, maybe shotgun them, if you will. So like they'll just have a single day where they have like 12 debates or something like that that they do.
Now, if you do want to see part 1, give a like, subscribe, go over to Better Than Ember and like and subscribe there. The part 1 is on there. We got the openings and first rebuttals from both participants. My reflections are that Joel doesn't argue the topic. He argues foundations all the time. And it's a bit ridiculous. He's sort of going to, well, they can't account for intelligibility. It's like, of course we can account for it. Whether it's true or not is another story. Like, that's the thing. It's not like we can just say, hey, through naturalism, intelligibility is just the brain understanding reality around us, and that's all it is. Like, it's an emergent thing. But, he's saying you can't account for it. And he seems to just stick to this. His accounting for it is just God done it. That's it. And that's what he sticks to. I feel like he's also got sort of an argument from ignorance. Like, if you don't know where it comes from, then, I win by default. And that's not how anything works. Like, that is just a fallacy. It's really logically bad. But I think you did great, John. I honestly think you did fantastic with the... I think there's a second rebuttal now, so we should be responding to some of your sort of leveraged objections to his arguments. It's very hard to argue against presup when it doesn't start in the first place. Like, there is no... It's not so much an argument as a declaration of... God is responsible for fill in the blank, therefore God exists. Like, it is a circular argument.
Yeah, and are you guys are y'all planning on doing like listening to like the judges, or are we gonna stop like at the very end of the
I don't mind either way. I don't mind either way.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how long we go. Because I mean, I felt pretty wronged in the judges' like conclusion about it. Like, I didn't understand how they came to their conclusions. So I'd be interested to hear what y'all thought about it. But if we don't get to that point, that's fine.
Well, I think that...
It should be fine.
Sorry, go ahead.
The judges don't take long. It's like 5 minutes at the end where the judges just say what they think. They don't really go into why. They just say what they think. And then the host person is like, well, the judges have decided, therefore that's what we have.
Well, I think that Joel is a lot more practiced on presentation and sort of delivery kind of thing, if that makes sense. So is rhetoric kind of thing, because he's obviously got a script that's obviously very well practiced. In your sort of rebuttal, you trailed off a lot on the end. Like, it looked like you didn't know what you were saying, but it's hard to get, like, you're trying to address everything, this shotgun of shit in like a time frame. I get it, but when we're doing these reviews, we're really looking at the soundness and validity of arguments, not so much who is has the better presentation. We might mention it, but it's not the central core of what we're doing. We're really evaluating the arguments for how good they are. So I don't know. I wouldn't, I've seen a lot of debaters that are really good, but they're just not that well polished. And Joel, I'll give him that. He's very well polished. He speaks well, has, and it is a script that he's done a million times. His argument doesn't change. It's why, like we were mentioning Kent Hovind, it's why he is so polished on what he does. It's because it's the same thing he's done a million times before. It's no reflection on you. It's just, that's Joel for you. I don't think I've heard anything different out of him the entire time I've known or seen the guy, basically. Anyway, let's get started. Just tell me when to stop. Just say crikey or something. I don't know.
We have a safe word.
We have a safe word, yeah. Well, I mean, I just made that up, but it's I got it from Steve Irwin. I won't lie.
Statements for each individual. So now we're going to go into 7-minute cross-examination. Joel, you get to go first. For your 7-minute cross-examination, you get to ask questions and make points to delegitimize your opponent or affirm your position. If your opponent is like talking and you want them to stop, you can say, "I reclaim my time." We'll stop the timer and get the conversation under control.
Right. So this is a cross-examine. Right. It's not a second rebuttal. It's cross-examine. So this is you asking questions, which I love. I think this is awesome.
Then resume the timer.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was gonna say, like, when I feel like there's a huge disparity in how the host like introduces both of us, because like he's like, this is a time that you can delegitimize your opponent, and like I get that. Like I don't have a problem with that being like one of the focuses of this, but when he introduces like my section to like question him, it's like really kind of muted as far as like combativeness, I guess, whenever we get there. I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. It's not really all that important.
Well, I think delegitimize is the wrong word there, because that means that you're trying to, attack your opponent's credibility. But, why would you do that? That's just an ad hominem. I don't know why you would, go in for delegitimizing somebody. It's a weird word choice. Maybe it's not the right word. Like, I think you're trying to you're trying to critique their arguments rather than delegitimize them. Because that's the kind of thing where, it reminds me of that Mehdi Hassan thing where he sits down and the guy was trying to say, oh, well, you're not from America, so why are you interested? That's delegitimization of somebody. They're not allowed to participate in the arguments because they're, not educated enough, or they're not competent enough, or something like that. It's really just a form of ad hominem. So he probably meant something different.
It's sloppy word choice though, and coming from like people who are like, we're professional debate hosts, sloppy word choice. It just, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, everybody does it, but it rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, no, I agree. Where did I put the chat? Oh, I closed it. Okay, that's all right.
And you can do the same thing, Godless Engineer. So we'll have 2 rounds of that. Both of you get 7 minutes 2 times. And we'll start that whenever you say your first word, Joel.
Mr. Gleason, in your interview on the Recovering from Religion podcast, December 1, 2023, you said that you wanted to get more into philosophical content.
Oh, I hate this. Okay, I loathe this. This is what Saitan, and I mentioned it last week, Saitan Broggencate, when he brought up all the stuff that Matt Delahunty did over the course of his show. Out of context, you should be addressing their arguments of the debate, not what they said on a podcast offhand, 2 years ago or something. Come on now. Like, seriously. What the hell?
One time in 1986, you stubbed your toe and said, "God damn it." That means you believe in God, doesn't it, Mr. Gleason?
Oh, got him. Got him.
Got him. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. No, this is really poor stuff. Like, I don't, if they tie it into something that you're talking about in this debate, fine. But I just bringing up this and expecting you to defend what you've said elsewhere it's not a good look. It really is not. Ugh.
Yeah. And fun fact, though, I was actually at that debate between Matt Delahunty and Saitan Broggencate, and I got to ask a question in the question and answer section.
I'm sorry. I don't. that was horrendous. That was absolutely horrendous. I think that that for me, that really marked the end of Saiten Broggencate. Like, he absolutely got wailed upon, and he used every dirty trick in the book to try and get himself across the line and still couldn't manage it. So, obviously Joel is a disciple of Saiten Broggencate. I know this because I've been arguing with Joel, and Saiten came in from the top rope, missed completely, and landed on his face beside me. That's how I know that he's a disciple of Saiten. So yeah.
As you've done that over the last year and a half, have you come across the idea of arbitrariness?
Arbitrariness. Are you talking about just like ad hoc statements or ad hoc claims, or what are you talking about?
An arbitrary statement or an arbitrary belief is one that is determined by chance, whim.
This is horribly out of sync. John's in
sync. It is. Yeah. So, I mean, I had to, on my channel, I had to normalize a whole bunch of shit. So it does eventually catch up and it resyncs back up, but it's just,
I think
it's very difficult.
It's the Think Institute side.
What's happening is we're getting the audio from the TikTok stream, but Joel has muted himself. So we see his mouth move several seconds before the audio comes through the TikTok stream.
Right.
Because he has no idea how to run the damn thing. We cut out the beginning part where he spends 35 minutes fixing the text and eventually has to have Wi-Fi Gospel help him. And they go through that where his voice is doubled for a little while, and they settle on muting live Joel so that the audio on TikTok makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I ended up doing was in Premiere, I sort of synced up the Joel that is on his channel, like his actual video.
Yeah.
I synced it up with the TikTok audio. And so I was able to normalize it so that everything flows nicely, but on his channel, it's totally shit.
Yeah. That's all right. I mean, it just matters that it's just annoying.
Yeah.
That's all.
I know what the problem is though. They just didn't pray to God enough. If they would have prayed to God a little bit more, they would have fixed it.
Oh, I'm sure that Joel maybe he made fun of bald people and God was out of bears. Maybe I don't know.
It's been known to happen.
So is that tech difficulties? Yeah. No, I get it.
Or impulse, and not by necessity, reason, or principle, or based on or subject to individual judgment or preference. In other words, it's a belief that you don't have a good reason for. Have you come across that concept in your study of philosophy?
I mean, I understand that as being ad hoc. A statement that has no evidence or grounding to it.
Okay. Do you agree that logic, mathematics, uniformity in nature, induction, reliable truth-seeking faculties of reason, senses, and intuition, and morality, do you agree with me that those are preconditions of intelligibility?
I'm not sure if I agree with that. I do agree that those are descriptions of the reality we're faced with.
Okay. Can you ground?
Yeah, great. Yeah. So preconditions of intelligibility. I don't know what it means. Like intelligibility, it's sort of this thing that they try and make into some sort of platonic thing, like it's an actual thing out there. Whereas, I see intelligibility as just an emergent property of our minds and the reality around us. As we understand the reality around us, it's intelligible or not. I don't know where this whole thing is coming from, but they have a tendency to make concretes out of things that are not concrete.
Yeah, right. I feel. Sorry, Amber. I'm gonna let you go first if you had anything else to say.
Oh, and just general agreement that this the entire game with precepts is taking abstracts and trying to construct concretes that they can then drop on you. But it doesn't. I mean, it's philosophy 101. You can't get the concrete from the abstract. It's silly. And it's even worse in this case because this thing of intelligibility, like it's a vague concept. You might even call it an arbitrary concept, to use Joel's phrasing for things, because it doesn't, everybody has an idea of what it means, but there is no objective understanding of what it means. Like he keeps trying to include morality. The hell does that have to do with the price of tea in China? So his idea of what intelligibility means probably isn't the same as what the rest of us are thinking.
Right.
I think also like his whole point here about intelligibility kind of suffers from the weak anthropic principle, I believe. Like
Yep.
we developed in this universe and were shaped by the environment of the universe, and because of that fact, we like the universe is intelligible to us, and I don't think that he recognizes that.
No, I certainly don't think he does. But he's not going to any kind of evidence for his claims. He's going to, you don't have a precondition of intelligibility, which is, even if that was true, right? Even if you could say, hey, I don't, and I don't know what provides it, doesn't get him to a god, because that is the argument from ignorance. It's basically saying, if you don't know where intelligibility comes from, then it's my god that provides it, and that does not follow.
Like,
it's a god
like
of the gaps.
Yeah, like we kind of went with last week, that if you can't answer my question to some arbitrary degree of scientific precision, then the only alternative is magic. And I know who the magician was.
And I
make me
do
prove it,
notice, I think Joel is one of the people I've run into, and I've pulled him up on it, I think a couple of times before, that he'll interchange subjective and arbitrary. Like when he sort of says, hey, your morality is arbitrary. It's like, well, no, it's subjective, but it is based upon certain things. Like you can't just say it's arbitrary because it's subjective. And I think that's a problem that he has, that he doesn't understand what arbitrary means. Arbitrary really has no reason behind it. Whereas things like the reason why I do moral things, it does have a reason. It's not arbitrary. It is subjective, but that doesn't necessarily mean arbitrary. And you'll notice these fundamentalists, they'll switch those two meanings all the time. Subjective just means stance dependent, right? So I have a stance that I like my office kind of thing. That's a stance, right? Like other people may hate it. They might go, I hate your office. Okay, cool. That there might be good reasons for that. I might have things that I like in the office. There might be, I might have had good memories in here. It's not arbitrary, but it is subjective, right? So it's important to understand the difference between these terms. I don't know if he's going to go down that route, but I've got a funny feeling Joel will.
Those preconditions in your worldview, or is your belief in them arbitrary?
I feel that those are metaphysically necessary.
You feel that, or you know that?
I feel that. I'm not going to say that I know that, but I do feel like those are metaphysically necessary, like logically necessary things for any kind of existence.
Okay, so you feel that. Is feelings how you typically come to your conclusions about things, or do you try to follow evidence and facts?
I try to follow evidence and facts. My feelings are informed, like how I feel about that question or how I come to my conclusions are based on evidence. But I'm not going to say that I know those things, because I like to leave myself open to the possibility of being wrong.
I would say that I know that. Knowledge is just justified true belief, and the things that he is talking about, like logic and maths and stuff, that can easily be justified. That easily can be justified. It's also, you don't arbitrarily just believe in these things. There is reasoning behind it. Like, so the law of non-contradiction or the law of identity is an easier one. It's just all the properties something has is that identity, and none of the properties that another identity has, that one does. Like, so when you're talking about that kind of stuff, it's very evident based upon what we see in the world around us. Like a dog doesn't just drop properties and change into a cat. That doesn't happen. It's very evident. So I laws of logic, I don't see those as being a problem. It's what we observe in the world around us. I'm not sure what he's getting at here, though.
Well, so just to give some context, I was very hesitant to say no, because I felt like he was trying to trap me in like doing some kind of justification of knowledge. And so I was wanting to try to choose wording that wouldn't trap me in that. And I felt like saying that I know it. While I agree with you, Mark, that knowledge is just justified true belief, I felt like Joel was trying at least attempting to set a trap for like questioning me on like how I ground knowledge and how you can only ground knowledge in God and everything like that. So I went with the wording of I feel that way because I guess I wanted to communicate that, you know, it was just how I understood things as opposed to transcendentally true. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely. The whole equivocation thing of like, well, do you feel it? It's an absurd attempt to move the framing of the situation, because no one says, well, it's 8:35 p.m. Eastern time. I just feel it. Like, I have a general sense based on knowledge and awareness, and so it's like I don't have an emotion about it. It's not the same feeling as I feel bad vibes coming off Joel. Like maybe he's a not trustworthy person, for example.
Yeah.
Although his eyeliner is not bad.
Excuse me, that's guyliner. Thank you very much. Look, you know, this is part of the pre-sup conflation rodeo that we're currently on. Like when you say, well, I feel this is the case, he says, well, that's just a feeling, facts and feelings and rah, rah, rah. It's really just intuitively you say, hey, these things are true because that's what my intuition tells me. I guess I have some criticism on that. Like when you do say, well, I feel it's that way, it is kind of arbitrary. It's kind of, well, that is my intuition. Now, intuition isn't really arbitrary. There's a number of reasons why that works, but it isn't very strong way of supporting, you know, what you believe. You know, I think that probably it's better just to like, because yeah, absolutely, Joel's trying to set a trap. He's trying to say, hey, where do the laws of logic come from, and where does all of this come from? If you can't answer, then it's my God. Number one, you can really lean into that, right? You can absolutely lean into that, and that's something that I've noticed people do with precepts that I do completely different. I absolutely lean into it and say, okay, we both agree that laws of logic are a thing. I know laws of logic, you know laws of logic. I think they're a model that describe reality, but if you're talking about the properties of reality, as in logic, yeah, I agree it's a thing. Now show me it comes from your God. Like, you know, so what he's trying to do is basically say, you can't appeal to the laws of logic because you don't have the foundation of God. But the thing is, he agrees that they exist. You can just say, well, I don't know where they come from. They could just be inherent properties of the way the universe formed, right? They could just be the way reality is. Kind of like a brute fact, but down to, you know, the quantum plasma field at the beginning of the universe was orientated in such a way that it produced these results. Something like that, right? Like, that is just the way the universe came out, and we observe it. You are making the extra claim that the reason it is like this is a God. I'm not making that claim. I'm not saying, hey, I know where they came from. You are. That's up to you to demonstrate it comes from a God. What Joel's trying to do is basically say, because you can't tell me where they came from, you can't use them. And that is a nonsensical statement. That's like saying, you can't tell me which factory your car was produced in, therefore you can't drive it.
And they do love cars.
They do love cars. Yeah, so I think I would lean into that one and just say, hey, and the other one is they presuppose them, and that's got a whole nother rodeo altogether. Presups, man, they're just, but you know, the confidence in which they say, oh, but you don't know where it came from, so you have no foundation to use it. It's like, are you serious? What the hell?
Okay, so you feel these things, but you say that your feelings are grounded in evidence. In your debate with Alex Medeiros, you said that you...
Not what he actually said. Not what he actually said. He likes things to be grounded in evidence, is what he said. He never said that it was grounded in evidence. Like, come on, Joel.
Yeah, that's it. It's in an informal debate with pretensions of formality to it, but it's still, if you're going to do a cross-examination, you're supposed to be asking questions, not taking whatever your opponent says and then restating it in a different way that means something else. Like
straw manning it, yeah.
It literally is literally, okay, you handed me these stones, I'm gonna set those aside and build with this straw instead. Like,
yep,
that's not what a cross is for.
No, it's not.
You do not need certain knowledge in order to have knowledge. Do you know that?
What a loaded question. You need certain knowledge in order to have knowledge. Do you know that? No, you seem to be asserting that.
Do you know that, Joel? If so, please demonstrate how you know that.
Well, yeah, and I feel like that definitely his script was trying to get me to say I know this thing, and then the next part of the script is, oh, blah 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 blah. Do you know that? And so like I never claimed to know anything in this particular respect, so he's just still going by his script that's on his computer there.
Yeah, so basically he's just saying, well, you can't have knowledge without God. That's where he's trying to get at. It's a wild ride from here. I know it's going to be, but I just want to point out that is a loaded question. It's basically like, when did you stop beating your wife, or did you know you're bad at debate, kind of thing. You know, like, it is a loaded question where the conclusion is included in the question, kind of thing. And I would push back on that. I think that, you know, what knowledge do you need to have knowledge? But I dislike where this debate is going, because it's not about does the Christian God exist. It's going to, like, what's the foundations for knowledge, which is a completely another debate altogether. This is what I hate about precepts. They don't actually want the debate that's, hey, can you have a foundation without God? They don't want any of the other debates. They'll just make it into that straight off the bat. And that's what annoys me about them.
Who's Alex? Is that Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you said that you don't need certain knowledge in order to have knowledge. That was
Correct.
your phrase. Do you know that?
Do I know that?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know why you're focusing on the no part of it, but I mean, I would agree with that statement.
So would you say that you know it?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by no.
How certain are you of that belief?
I am fairly certain.
Okay.
Nice. Yep.
What percentage of confidence is required for a belief to count as knowledge, would you say? If you don't have to have certainty.
Don't know.
How
Depends on the claim. Depends on the claim. Like,
no, yeah,
I will
exactly.
Say, you know, like, you know, just sort of, yeah, I think it really depends on the claim.
I mean, like, I don't know what he's expecting me to say here. Like, this is in a debate, you know, and it's like a random ass question. It's like, what percentage? 58.3% there, Joel. Yep. You want to go through the math?
Oh, you should say 66.6 just to annoy him, like, seriously.
No, that's better. That's better. Yes, I will do that next time. Anybody ask me for a specific percentage, I'm going to be like 66.6. Yep. Interact with that, bitch.
So he's really conflating having knowledge with a knowledge claim. Like, because when we say I know something, right, you're basically saying that is true. I believe that to be true, and that belief is justified. Now, just say it turns out that you were wrong, and we've been through that. I've been through this with Alex, like Wi-Fi Gospel. That just say, you know, the level of confidence doesn't really matter that much, right? Like, so if you are 100% certain, and the thing that you're saying isn't true, then you never had knowledge in the first place. The confidence level doesn't matter. What matters is that you have a belief, it's justified, and whatever that belief is in fact ontologically or in reality true. That's all that matters, right? But because you could be fairly certain, say, yeah, I know that they did that. And fairly certain, like, you know, say just over 50% if he wants an actual number. And if it's true, then you did have that knowledge. If it's not, then you never had that knowledge in the first place, even if you say, I am 100% absolutely certain that they did that thing. If it never happened, then you never had that knowledge to begin with, right? So it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you believe it, you can justify it, and it is in fact true. That's all that matters. That's knowledge. But he's going for the claim. How certain do you have to be to claim knowledge? Well, fairly certain. And it depends on the claim. So yeah, it's just a big conflation over knowledge and claims to knowledge. It's just a conflation that he's doing.
How do you know that you are fairly certain, and how do you know whether or not you have knowledge if you're not sure what percentage, and you don't have any way of judging?
How do you know you're fairly certain? What the hell? How do you know? How do you know you believe that, John? How do you know?
Are you certain? You're fairly certain.
Yeah, I've got a small little elf here that reassures me every single time I think something. And
right.
like, that's how I know. And I couldn't tell him that.
What's the elf's name? That's the first question that springs to mind.
It's Dobby.
Dobby, yeah, of course it is. Of course, yeah. Dobby the knowledge elf. Yeah, okay. No, I got you. I got you.
I keep trying to get Forrest to let me borrow Roland, but apparently his sandwiches are better. So, you know.
Who?
Forrest Velkai has a closet goblin named Roland.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrifying.
It's a whole thing.
Right. Yep. Wow. Okay. How do you know you believe that? What the fuck is wrong with you, Joel? Seriously. Like, we don't. The justification for your internal beliefs is the understanding of your own consciousness, that you are the person who is conscious. Like, that's justification enough. It's like saying, how do you know that burnt you on the hand? You know, it's like you have direct input to that. Like, come on, Joe, it's not that hard, mate. Seriously. I feel like unable to get to the foundations of your knowledge, he is now going to, how do you justify the foundations of your own consciousness? Like, it's just ridiculous, right? Like, we don't come into these debates going, well, I'm going to challenge that their thoughts are their own. What's wrong with you, Joel?
I know, like, how are we going to get from here to you supporting the positive proposition that your God, and specifically your God, not only exists, but like the religion around it is true? Like, holy shit.
Yeah. It's wild. All right. Rodeo up. This is going to get worse, I bet.
Your own certainty about a claim.
I have yet to see any kind of evidence that would point me in the opposite direction and convince me away from it. So while I'll leave myself open to being wrong about it, I feel fairly confident about my statement.
Okay, so you feel fairly confident. You feel like it's true. Let's move on. Let's talk about the preconditions of science, since I know you're a science guy as an engineer. Do you believe in uniformity in nature, i.e. that unobserved cases will be like observed cases? And that the future...
Wow, that was a gear shift. And now into science.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would probably steer away from using the word feel, though, because people will assume that you're making an argument from emotion, that because you feel it, it has to be true. And that's a terrible way to evaluate any kind of thing. It's best to just say, well, I've got evidence that I believe things. I've got justification for my knowledge. This is the thing. The justification doesn't have so Joel, what he's trying to do is get you in this spot of black and white fallacy. You either have absolute certainty based upon this unassailable evidence, this evidence that cannot possibly be questioned, or you don't know it all, right? Like, that's what he's trying to get you into. And that's not what we base any of our knowledge on. We base it on rationality, reason. We base it on evidence. We base it on, and that doesn't have to be this, absolutely unassailable thing. It can just be, hey, it leads me to believe this in this direction. Here's the reason. And I feel fairly confident about it. So I claim knowledge about it. That's it. And if you're wrong, then you didn't have knowledge, even though you made a knowledge claim. You're just wrong. And that's okay. A lot of things, I might say, hey, I know my wife's in the other room because I hear sounds of her in the other room, kind of. Well, it could be a cat. It could be, the wind. It could be something else. Yes, absolutely. I don't have overwhelming confidence of it. I don't have absolute knowledge of it, but no one's claiming that. That's the thing. But Joel wants to split it into absolute knowledge, and you just have no idea at all. And that's not how anything works.
Which will be like the past?
Yes.
Do you feel that, or would you say that you know it?
I mean, I feel like I know it.
You feel like you know it. Okay. Why do you believe in it?
All of my past experiences have shown that to be true.
Okay. Now that's a statement about the past. Uniformity in nature deals with the future. Without direct observation of the future, why do you assume it will be similar to the past? Without begging the question.
Because there's no evidence that it will be different.
All your evidence comes from the past, correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, I can't have future evidence.
Okay, so exactly right. So you've got to make a conclusion about the future based on evidence from the past.
Okay, so essentially what he's getting at is Hume's problem of induction. And if I say that again, probably Nick from In Time will show up and talk about it for 5 hours. So he's basically talking about how in induction, so induction is basically saying, hey, we see these patterns in the past and we can extend them to the future. Now, we kind of know induction works because we do this, constantly. We say, hey, if I drop this pen, it'll fall down because it has trillions of times in the past and it's never floated up for me, right? Like we know that's the case, and that's induction. It's these past issues will present how the future will be. The problem is that the only way that we know induction works is through having things happen in the past repeat into the future. So you're relying on induction for induction. Now, Karl Popper came up with a brilliant sort of solution to this, or some call it a semi-solution. I think it's a solution. It's basically, we believe that induction works until it doesn't. We keep testing it over and over and over and over and over. So every single time, as soon as it stops working, we go, yeah, induction's done. But it doesn't, right? But we never say, hey, we absolutely know that induction works. We just say, hey, when it starts failing, it's failed. As long as it keeps working, then it's a thing. And we rely on that. And that was Karl Popper's idea of fallibility.
There's also that it's another conflation between abstract and concrete. Like the problem of induction is a very philosophical thing. Like, why do we reach these conclusions? How do we reason through this process? That sort of thing. But on a more material level, we use it intuitively, right? Like the sun comes up every day. We expect the sun to come up because the sun has come up every day. If you go to someone and say, hey, the sun's not going to come up tomorrow, it's going to be on you to present evidence why they should think so, even though by the problem of induction, they don't have a reason to think so, except they do because you haven't given them a reason to think otherwise. You see how that works? It's the application of skepticism. It's as long as the process works, we're going to keep believing the process works until we have a good reason to think otherwise.
Right. But if it's worked quadrillions of times a certain way in the past, and someone says, no, it's going to work this time differently, the quadrillions of times, it sort of leans you towards, well, no, I don't think that's going to happen because the weight of that, all of those events is against you. Now, I would hesitate to say that we can be absolutely no, but again, this is what Joel is doing with his conflation. If you don't absolutely know that induction's going to keep working infinite times in the future, then you don't know at all. And that's not what we base any of our knowledge on. Like I am, like because of the quadrillions of times induction has worked and the zero it has not, I am 99.999999, like as confident as I can be as anything that induction is true. But we can't say absolute knowledge. I don't claim any absolute knowledge. So Joel's just doing again in black and white. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask, what do y'all think about the idea that if we assume that God, does miracles and that causes miracles to happen all the time, what's the likelihood that we could expect things to happen the same way in the future? Like, I feel like, I at least I've made this argument before. I feel like if God were real and God could randomly choose when to disrupt the natural order of reality, then we can't actually make accurate predictions. At least we can't be confident in them to the level that Joel and other apologists say that we can.
Yeah, as I said last week, like Joel can't really claim uniformitarianism because, I mean, he does, don't get me wrong, but I don't think he can, because God could always just cause my pen to float up because he wants to have a laugh at me or something, some arbitrary reason. Like there is no confidence. Joel should have less confidence in uniformitariety than we do, because his God could always step in and do something wild.
Right. And the fact that that's never been demonstrated, now, so this is one of the reasons I get so frustrated at people like Joel, because they are low fucking tier apologists. Like, I've run across people who say the fact that the pen always goes down is a miracle because God is interceding every single time to make the pen go down. And that's what gives us what we perceive as uniformity, but it's actually confirmation of miracles. And that's still not a great argument, but it's so much better than Joel's,
Right. Right. But no, it's a good point, John. And I think absolutely, how does he expect, experiments to work if God could, like, I bring up a show called The Three Body Problem, like where physics just, because of something, I'm not going to spoil it, but because of an outside influence, physics just stops working and they just get, ridiculous results all over the place. That's what I would expect if uniformitarianism isn't true. And God could just suddenly decide to do that, decide that, hey, if you hit this, particle with another particle, it's just going to go off in a random direction rather than obey the laws of physics. He could do that. So why should we operate science with any expectation that we're going to get uniform results? According to Joel, it's all up in the air. Yeah, I think this works against Joel, this uniformitarianism, rather than for him, but that's just my opinion.
In order to do that, you have to presuppose or assume the principle of uniformity in nature. Do you see? Does that make sense?
No, I disagree. I don't have to presuppose it.
Yes,
you're making conclusions about the future based on the past. In order to do that,
I'm making hypotheses about the future. I have expectations about the future that are based on the current evidence that is available to me. And until you can provide me with evidence that shows me a different outcome, then I will continue to believe in the uniformity of nature.
Are you not saying, I know the future will be like the past because the past was like that, so the future will be like the past? Is that not question begging?
No.
No.
He doesn't know what question begging is.
No. Absolutely not.
So question begging, for anybody, every video is somebody's first video. It's circular reasoning. It's when you take your conclusion and you put it in the premises or the premise of your argument. Like, God exists. If God exists, the universe exists. The universe does exist. Therefore, God exists.
It's not exactly. It's where you put in something that has not yet been demonstrated, right? That's really what begging the question is. But again, he's conflating. He's basically saying you're claiming that you have absolute knowledge that the future will always be the same, and you said nothing of the sort. You just said, I believe in, basically induction is what it is, but uniformity of nature, because that is what we observe that keeps happening over and over and over and over. And like I said, when it stops working, we'll no longer believe it. It's not that you know that for absolute certainty. It's that we have mountains of evidence that will happen and nothing to suggest otherwise. So, it's not begging the question. It's observing the world around you. You're not saying, hey, we start out, like if you said, hey, we started out knowing absolutely uniformity of nature. No, nobody's saying that. What we're saying is that humans have built up this picture that nature is uniform, it works by certain laws. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, and we know there's exceptions to it too, like Mount St. Helens. It went for years and years without erupting. So if we went by strict adherence to induction, we'd say, well, it didn't erupt yesterday, it didn't erupt the day before, therefore it won't erupt.
Right.
We know that's not true because volcanoes do sometimes erupt, and eventually it did. And, the same is true for Pompeii and so on and so forth. Now, we know they do erupt from time to time, so that's a bit more of a reasonable thing. But if you went into ancient Pompeii and said, hey, the volcano is going to erupt tomorrow, y'all should evacuate, they may believe you, they may not. They may want some evidence, like, hey, have you been feeling those earthquakes the last few days? Oh, now there's a reasonable basis for, abrogating induction and behaving sensibly in the moment, kind of thing.
Sorry, I just want to jump out at my unfinished sock member for 1 month. Thank you, Sock. Thank you. Don't give up on induction. Like and share instead. I agree. Inductively, liking and sharing gets us places. So yeah, do that. Do that.
I guess so. So that particular discussion right there kind of springs forth to my mind what I was trying to communicate with feel, and maybe that was the wrong word to use, but like as far as feel goes, like what I was trying to communicate was, I think that it's more likely than not. So like,
right,
if in the case of Pompeii, if we had earthquakes and everything like that, and I went to somebody, I'm like, hey, the volcano that we're right next to is going to blow tomorrow. It's like, well, how do you know that? Well, there's been all these earthquakes, so I feel very confident that it's going to happen tomorrow, just because of all of the precursors that are leading up to it. So I guess maybe in the future, what I might say is something to do with the confidence that I feel in something, as opposed to just saying that I feel it. So like I'm fairly confident in this. Like I'm like I'm more confident than not in that particular case, because I know that he was trying to trap me in the whole no kind of situation, which is why I was like, I don't know what you mean by no here. So like I definitely do still feel that like if I have a more than not likelihood in my mind of something either occurring or something being true, that would constitute as knowledge.
Yes, or a knowledge claim, and whether it's actually knowledge or not, if Pompeii doesn't erupt and it just keeps going as usual, then you didn't have knowledge. But if it does erupt, then you did have that knowledge. It's kind of retroactively applies, like whether you're right or whether you're not. So I don't think knowledge isn't something to really like. The apologists, they kind of want to make it this, well, you've got to have this overwhelming amount of confidence in it in order to be. No, you don't. You can make knowledge claims all the time. I know they're a bad person. I know that my wife's in the other room. I know that, I know I'm going to get billed by the tax man in the next whatever, like you can make these claims. If you're wrong, you're wrong. That's okay. It's okay to go, well, I didn't know that after all. I was wrong. That's okay. It's okay to be wrong. But Joel's trying to make it this, well, you've got to have, unimpeachable, absolute certainty in order to make a knowledge claim, and it's just not so. All that you need is a justification, because whether it's true or not is another story. All you need is that justification. If your justification is, hey, I feel like this is, going to explode, Pompeii's going to explode because of all these rumblings and stuff, yeah, that might not be a great justification, but you can still make a knowledge claim off of it. Whether or not you're right is another story entirely.
I went to Delphi and sniffed the fumes, and I got a vision from Apollo. Right. The mountain will erupt tomorrow.
And speaking of exploding, I'm derelict in my duty, and I missed a super chat by My Unfinished Song. Oh, for $2.22 US. Hail Mark, Ember, GE, and effective induction. Yeah, I don't have a problem with induction. I think that Hume had a good point as why induction, you can't have absolute knowledge of things in the future. But I think Popper's right that as long as we continue to test everything, including induction, we're fine. We're absolutely fine. It's not a problem anymore. Repeatable testing, that's all you need. As if it fails, throw it out. That's it. That's all. That's the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I know in this debate, or at least I was going into this debate with the understanding that Joel requires absolute knowledge. And like, I feel like that puts me at a disadvantage because obviously I don't think that anybody has absolute knowledge. And so, like, with Joel thinking, I have absolute knowledge about everything in the universe, I feel like that does put me at a little bit of disadvantage in that I can't make the same claim or I can't say anything. So, just rhetorically speaking, well, I mean, I guess I was thinking, rhetorically speaking, it makes me look weaker in that I can't say I absolutely know this for 100% and everything. Like me leaving room for me being wrong is like some kind of bad thing. I don't know. How do you combat that?
It's a David and Goliath kind of thing. Like he can make the claim and therefore he has a stronger claim, but then he also has a heavier burden to go with that claim. From your David position with your little sling, you can just ping a rock at him to show in this metaphor that he doesn't have absolute knowledge about even just one thing. And it shows his claim is false, and that makes him lower than you because you've scored a point and he's been knocked down a peg. Rhetoric isn't just about appearances and vibes. There's like there you could get all scholarly about it and break down various metrics and so forth. But when it does come to appearances, a person can get up there and be like, oh, I'm big and strong and my opponent is very weak. And then you just ask him to lift a heavy weight that should easily be within his range if he's as strong as he says, and then he can't, and now he's a liar and everyone sees it.
And I think just pointing out that, you know, claims of absolute knowledge, it doesn't matter how confident you are in a claim, whether it's true or not. Like, you could be absolutely overwhelmingly, I could believe that this is the truth with every fiber of, like, it really doesn't matter how confident you are. You know, and we have these precepts that are, you know, absolutely 100% I can't be wrong. That doesn't mean you're not wrong. It means you think you can't be wrong. Okay, so it's important to understand that how sincerely or how actual rationality and reasoning, not how confidently you claim it. And so it sort of has to be pointed out. Like, just because you claim absolute knowledge doesn't mean you're not wrong. It just means if you're not absolutely confident like me, then you're wrong. No, that's got nothing to do with it. I could be 50% confident and still right. One has nothing to do with the other.
It is not question begging.
Let me say, this has to be a question. So, will you please go look up the definition of question begging after this debate?
I know. I know what.
I hear that, and that your truth-seeking faculties, reason, sense, perception, and intuition are generally reliable.
I do not know if they are generally reliable, but I try to do my best to ground anything outside of the reliability of my senses, so that I can so that I can have the best view or map of reality, so that my views comport with reality regardless of my perception.
Okay, do you believe that your reasoning is the product of an intelligent mind or of unguided, impersonal forces, whether deterministic or random, acting over millions of years?
Wow, okay. Could be dichotomy. Yeah, I mean, that's a false dichotomy because I could say, hey, aliens, but, you know, I don't know. It's kind of. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Oh, I was just gonna. I noticed that there was a bunch of skipping there, and I mean, like he asked me to like go and look up the definition of question begging, and I just had to. I responded to him by saying, "Listen, I know what it is.
Yeah.
I would appreciate it if you would stop talking down to me," or something to that effect. And so, like, I felt like that was just him trying to have a pissing contest with me in an intellectual way. Like, oh, he just must not know what question begging is, and it's like
kind of the way you present your arguments in order to be more convincing to your audience, sort of thing. By being condescending, he's setting himself up as the authority, and you're the noob who's only being allowed to play with the big dogs.
Yeah,
and so people are more inclined to believe him. He did
that to me as well, because I said, well, you could use that argument with this other thing instead, and it would work the same. And I said, oh, that's a reductio ad absurdum. And he said, no, that's not a reductio ad absurdum kind of thing. You're mistaken on that. We don't believe in that other thing. So, and then afterwards I looked it up. No, I was exactly right. That was an argumentum ad absurdum. It's like putting the contrary in that same argument is he's completely wrong about a lot of stuff. A lot of very basic philosophical stuff. So don't be surprised if Joel will leverage this, and he is also completely wrong about it as well. So much for his absolute knowledge.
Right. But, if you're going to be wrong, be confidently wrong, because it looks better to the judges who are marking based on fucking vibes.
Yep. Essentially, yeah. And I mean, Precept does this all the time. They will confidently give the most absolutely stupid logic that you've ever seen in your life, and proudly do it. So I don't know. I don't know if I told you this, but I say that Precept is the Steven Seagal of apologetics. It is all claim and no demonstration.
Oh my.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get that. But after seeing like Steven Seagal's like videos where he's just like lazily like deflecting something, and like the people that are fighting him are like really over dramatic about it. Like I think that totally perfectly is an example of Joel here.
Yep.
I think reason is a developed thing through evolution, and the fact that we can reason is just a product of evolution. If reason wasn't beneficial for the survivability of the human race, then we wouldn't have evolved to be able to reason. But I think that nature, points us is driven in the direction of developing reason as a way of surviving in reality.
Okay, so thank you. You answered a question I was going to ask. Whether evolution is a process aimed at survival or truth. My next question then is, if your faculties, including your reason, are produced by survival-driven forces, why assume that they are aimed at truth?
Okay. And Godless, you can answer that question, and then we'll move on to your cross-examination.
I think that while there are some times where non-truthful things can be beneficial to a species, I think that is rather rare, a rare instance. I think that the best way for a species to survive is to have a truthful relationship with reality, where your belief system or the things that you believe about reality comport with reality. That is the best way to survive, in my opinion.
All right. With that, we'll end it right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, reasoning isn't aimed at truth. Not exactly. It's like everything else we've evolved. It's for survival. You tend to survive better if you come to more truthful conclusions. But we can see a broad spectrum of ability to reason across the population. Some people are a lot better at it than others because it's a product of evolution, not something written on our neurons by some magical sky wizard. And the better you are at it, the less likely you're going to fall victim to something that could kill you, but is easily preventable if you can figure it out. Like the rustling in the bushes example. You can use your reason to deduce perhaps it's a predator. Perhaps it isn't. But if you assume it is, using your reason, what are the consequences? What are the cost benefit analysis in that split second of decision? If you run away and it's just the wind, no harm done. But if you don't run away and it is a predator, you're dead. So
well, that's what Joel's
doesn't care
pointing
about
to.
truth, he cares about
Right.
survival, but often they're the same thing.
But that's what Joel's pointing to, right? So he's sort of saying if evolution is true, then your senses are geared towards survival, and it's not necessarily geared towards finding out what is true, right? This is what he's trying to say. Again, I just want to bring this up. That is an argument from consequence. He's saying basically, if evolution is true, if we did evolve by this kind of thing and that's what you believe, then we're not geared towards finding truth. We're geared towards surviving, even if we believe in false things. And the answer to that is, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Look at all these Christians running around, right? Like that's basically saying, well, I don't like it if we're not geared towards truth. Well, no, but
it's
the thing about the thing about evolution to remember is there is a good enough principle, right? So it will try to, you will have these things weeded out, but as long as it's good enough, that'll do. As long as you can survive, it doesn't try to improve it. It doesn't try and focus it. It doesn't try anything because it's good enough to survive. So there is this principle that getting enough truth to allow our survival is a good thing. But Joel himself believes that a majority of the world is wrong about the basic foundations about reality. So why should we believe that your mind is geared for truth when the opposite seems to be the case? And I'll tell you why. Joel thinks that everyone knows God exists, and they're suppressing it in their unrighteousness.
He asserts it.
He asserts it.
It would be fair to say he knows it.
Well, he makes that knowledge claim.
Claim to know it.
You know, he claims to know it. Yeah. So, you know, and his reasoning behind it is terrible. You know, the Bible says it's written on your heart and all of this, you know, dumbass crap. But, you know, it's kind of like this. Well, what we observe around us with people's ability to find out what is true or believe things that are in fact false is a lot more consistent with a evolutionarily developed brain than it is with some perfect super being creating us in his image.
Through revelation and things. But yeah, to what you were saying earlier, we see the same thing with senses, right? Like, would it be ontologically superior if our senses were intelligently designed, geared towards truth? That's not what we actually observe, though. Like, we know pareidolia is a fantastic example of a phenomenon where our senses are not demonstrating truth, where there's a survival advantage in pattern recognition, particularly of faces, because we're kind of tribal as a species. But it just goes to show it's not, none of our inputs are aimed at truth. They're aimed at survival. And sometimes
there's also kind of a naturalistic fallacy there as well. Like, because evolution is natural, then it's got to be good. There's a whole bunch of byproducts of evolution. It's kind of one of those inconvenient truths. There's a lot of byproducts that don't serve us very well anymore, that are kind of impeding our development as a species. For instance, the tribalism that's going around definitely impedes us. The you know, sort of aggressive sort of posturing that we do is kind of impeding us a bit. There's a lot of things that aren't great about evolution, but he's basically saying, hey, if the consequences are bad, then it can't be true, and therefore your worldview is wrong. Well, no, just because the consequences of evolution aren't great doesn't mean that it's not true. That doesn't mean that at all. That's the consequences, you not liking the consequences. It is more important for us to be rational and try and find truth because it is such a fallible, because our reasoning and our senses are such fallible, you know, sort of evolved things. It's more important that we consider these things logically and rationally, not less. And if Joel is right, then why is there a whole bunch of people with no idea of what's going on? I don't know. I have no idea. And there is, sorry, everybody, there is the sock strikes again.
The sock
$2 the sock does know. Don't make false dichotomies, like and share instead. Look, that's not a false dichotomy. You can either like or share. That is a false dichotomy, you're right.
You can make false dichotomies or like and share, but it has to be one of those.
One of the two. Okay.
Yes.
So do you have any thoughts on that, John, about what we've said? Like,
No, I mean, I'm just sort of taking it in right now. Because in this question answer section, I do feel like I could have answered better. And I feel like I wasn't necessarily prepared for all of the extra pre-sup like questions that could be asked. Yeah, the bullshit.
Yep.
And providing like maybe the best tactful answers to those things. So I'm really just sort of listening to y'all and trying to learn so that I can do better in the future.
Yeah, pre-sup is tricky because it I mean, he's obviously going through a script where he's trying to trap you and things. That's what pre-sup essentially does. It is pretty poor. It's pretty poor, but you did pretty well. Like, I'm not saying you didn't do well. It's just that I would answer slightly differently and just sort of go, okay, well, we don't have absolute knowledge. We can't be absolutely certain of anything, but that's not important.
Well, Mark, don't blow smoke up my ass now, okay? If I did shitty, tell me I did shitty. It's fine.
No. I've seen people do a lot worse against pre-sup. I mean, you kept it together. You basically said, hey, I have these beliefs. I think you even did justify them as you went along. Like, we keep seeing this in the evidence that we see. That's totally fine. But I'm going to love your grilling of him, because he's now got to provide answers, where pre-sups, if you've noticed, they don't like giving answers. They like asking questions, and will do anything to avoid giving like solid answers. So let's see how Joel does under the pressure.
And we're going to go into your cross-examination. Godless engineer, you'll be able to...
Sorry, Ams?
I said this should be the best part, because I mean, that's the main reason I generally don't debate presups anymore, because it is usually a complete fucking waste of time. And to be fair, it's also a very hard debate to lose, because you could concede every single point and you still haven't lost because they haven't demonstrated anything.
Correct.
And that's another reason not to waste any time. But this is different, because he has to answer questions as part of the format of the debate. So I'm excited to see where this goes.
We've got Jester for $5 just before we start. A good pre-sup will vet to make sure you're not used to their trash tactics. They probably won't debate you again. Yeah, some of them yes, some of them no, Jester. Some of them try it on again. It depends on the guy. But yeah, the worst ones will, if you've got a response to Darth Dawkins, he will call you a troll and just never let you in again. Like, seriously. Absolutely awful person.
Jester has made an illogical statement. It violates the law of non-contradiction, because you cannot have a good pre-sup.
There you go.
A person who's good at logic and reasoning cannot be a pre-sup. That is a dichotomy.
So I've heard that Joel has sworn off public debates after my debate with him. I don't think that that's like any kind of like indication about our debate, but it is kind of interesting how another debate situation came up and I suggested Joel, and it all of a sudden became Joel doesn't debate anymore. Like, I'm just saying, that's a weird correlation.
I thought I saw him post something about a debate on his channel.
He did.
Hang on a sec. What?
No, he did.
Oh, is that his debate where people call in, and he has complete control over the conversation? Is that the debate that he's talking about? Yeah, okay.
Maybe. I just know that like I suggested Joel Settecase because like it was supposed to be me, Flying Spaghetti Auditor, versus Wi-Fi Gospel and somebody else. And I suggested Joel Settecase, and apparently Wi-Fi came back with Joel's not publicly debating anybody anymore. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's weird, but all right.
Yeah.
I mean, it may not be you, but I mean, I'd say take credit just for the PR. Like when my channel was brand new, one of the earlier videos I made was in response to a new apologist. We both had like 5 or 6 videos at the time. We both had around 40 to 50 subscribers. So it seemed like fair game. And he did a version of the watchmaker argument that was so bad that not only did he fail to land his point, he accidentally disproved not only his God, but the very possibility of there being any gods. And I was like, my guy, that was amazing work. Well, he deleted his channel. Now, of course, it may not have anything to do with me, but I sure as hell took credit. So I took my YouTube banner and I put a little apologist symbol on it, like an old World War I fighter. And then as I went on and you know, I debated a couple flat earthers and they both hung up their I guess turtles or whatever. Like every time I would interact with somebody and they immediately quit right after, I put another thing on my, I stopped doing it because it was cluttering up my banner, but it was hilarious to me anyway.
Well, I do see that shortly after you, he did debate Tom Jump, who I know can be pretty fiery in a debate. So it might be like, you know, you're very respectful, you're very sincere. Tom can be a bit wild. You know, I don't hate him. I think that he's fine. It's just, you know, I'm not sure Joel wants to get into a ring with Tom because he's a bit, you know, less cordial than you are, John.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be it.
I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Control the narrative for 7 minutes, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Do you, so Joel, do you consider God to be immutable?
Could you define your term?
Yeah, unchanging. So like God, I believe that this is actually in the Bible. I can't quote you which verse, but God is the same in the past as he is in the present, as he will be in the future.
Yes.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Is God responsible for the atrocities he commits in the Old Testament?
That's a loaded question fallacy. God does not commit any atrocities.
That is not a loaded question.
Wonderful. Oh, goodness. I mean, you'd think he'd know about loaded questions, right?
Yeah, Joel, I need you to go and define on Google what a loaded question is, please.
Well, it is kind of. You're sort of saying, hey, the atrocities that happened in the Bible, yeah, is God responsible for them? Like, I mean, he's basically saying, well, they weren't atrocities. They were fine.
Well, I guess it is a bit.
Morality is absolute, John.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I am adding a presupposition, but I feel like it's a reasonable one because it's like I'm presupposing that genocide and sexual slavery,
right.
slavery, all of those things are atrocities. And I would think that any modern person would be able to recognize those things as atrocities without like having to justify them as atrocities. So
you'd be surprised.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I get that. But I guess in my point of view, like those things would just be sort of like, duh, those are atrocities.
It's incontrovertible. Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from. But, you know, we have William Lane Craig going, you know, it was best for them that they were taken out by the other.
He said that shit twice.
Yeah.
He said that shit twice. Once to a college class and then once on Alex O'Connor's podcast.
Yep.
Like years and years apart. So it's like, it's definitely not like a mistake. Like William Lane Craig meant that shit with his whole fucking chest.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. It's not an atrocity. So you don't think genocide is an atrocity?
Not when God commands it, according to Joel, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Is geocide not an atrocity?
Geocide? Yeah.
Yeah, John trying to massage the algorithm out of the dirt here.
Yeah, I totally no. Yeah. So it was on TikTok. So like, I didn't want like to be responsible for taking down the channel or anything like that. Yeah. So like, I immediately switch into like TikTok sort of language, which you have to like really soften it to like geocide, unaliving, and all this other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, geocide, like he can't parse that term like geo and so, because I mean, I realize you were probably hinting towards genocide, but like in the flood of Noah, it's literally geocide. He kills the whole world.
It's species side, basically. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he either kills or relocates them, and that's definitely, you know, ethnic cleansing of the entire world. So
good. The conquest of Israel in the land of Canaan were an act of divine judgment that was not immoral.
Okay, and so how do you explain things like Numbers 31?
I read it and I believe it. I also understand. Could you ask a question? What is that question, John?
How do you explain Numbers 31? That is a question, Joel.
I was totally confused by that. Like, could you ask a question? I fucking did.
That is definitely a question. So he's basically saying that it was moral for the people to go and slaughter thousands and thousands and thousands because God commanded it. There's a really good in here. So the question I'd be asking from here, and I'm not sure if you do, John, I haven't seen this or not, but is if God commanded you to do the same, would you do it? That should be the next question, right? If God said, hey, you've got to go over to Haiti and unalive everybody, would you do it? Is that moral?
Right. I don't know if that's the next question, but I
right. But you do get that. Fantastic. No, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Well, my exact question is, how can you consider God to be omnibenevolent when he directly commands the Israelites go in and subject pubescent girls into sexual slavery?
Can you give me a chapter and verse where it talks about pubescent girls?
Numbers 31, 17, and 18. 17 and 18 is both the unaliving of small children and women, and then 18 is where he where the young girls are taken as spoils of war or to become forced wives, which is a form of sexual slavery.
So this is really good. So instead of Joel being able to run up the clock by looking it up kind of thing, because he's really, like, Joel knows these passages, or he should if he's a apologist kind of thing. Like, there's no way he doesn't and profess his knowledge of the Bible to be so amazing kind of thing. There's no way. Him looking it up is running out the clock. Or at least that's what I think anyway. And it also provides that what's called concrete language, right? You're basically saying, you know, and so we can't say, oh, but it wasn't, it was this other thing. You're giving exactly what it says that happened, right? Like, I would probably veer away from sexual slavery because it doesn't implicitly take that, but sort of saying, hey, they slaughtered every single person and took the young girls for themselves as spoils of war, because it clearly lists them as spoils of war among the cattle and the food and everything they took. It lists the girls there like as a spoil to be divvied up, and the temple got a certain amount and this tribe got a certain amount and that tribe, like, so using this concrete language to kind of go, yeah, this is what we're talking about. Is that immoral? That's the question. And he wants to just go, oh, what's the verse? Let me look up the verse and look at it to decide. Come on, dude. Seriously, you know the verse. He knows the verse. I refuse to believe he doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, I just love you throwing in there the problem of evil. Like, and how can it be omnibenevolent if he does this? Well, then that would have to be a benevolent act.
Right.
So that's moral. Holy crap.
Understood. So what you're doing. So then what's your question? Your question is, how do I view God as omnibenevolent given that he commanded that?
How does that factor in? I feel like there's one of two ways that you could go with it. I'm just trying to get a sense of what you think.
No, I totally understood. God as creator has a unique prerogative that women beings are forbidden on our own to take innocent life. God, however, as judge, and scripture is very clear on this, that God is the impartial, totally just judge of all the world, and he will do what is right. He may execute judgment, including through secondary causes. In this case, we're talking about Old Covenant Israel as his tool. The church is not the same kind of entity today, in case you're going in that direction. And so we are not under that same divine instruction as they were in the Old Covenant. But it's also worth noting.
Hold on. Sorry, I have very little time here, Joel. I hate to interrupt.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's basically waffling, trying to run out the clock and not answer it. Absolutely. Reclaim your time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, let's get to the actual situation. How does that square with omnibenevolence? And he's sort of, oh, well, God's got this special circumstances where he can tell. A great place to go from here is the Euthyphro dilemma. Are you familiar with that one?
I know that I've tried to use it before. I don't know it by heart just yet.
Okay, so it's basically saying it's basically giving a dilemma, like two options. Are things moral because God says they're moral, or does that morality come from somewhere else? Right. So if God just says, well, it is moral for me to do this and not you, then that is one prong of it, right? Like, so essentially what it's saying is that it's subjective. It's completely subjective, with the subject being God. It's his stance it relies upon. Now, they try to get around this by saying, well, it's objective, but it's part of God's nature, right? Like that everything he does is moral, and it's part of his nature of being good that provides this objective morality. But then, because everything acts within its nature, everything God does must be moral.
Yeah, I guess you'll see here in a second. My problem with what Joel was going into was more about how he's trying to circumvent the Old Testament by saying, "Oh,
Yes.
we're under a new covenant," and it's like,
Mhm.
I'm not talking about the covenant. I'm not talking about what
Right.
Christianity calls people to do. I'm
Right.
talking about God's moral behavior.
Right. Yeah, and is God subject to morality? Like, is what God does moral or not?
Would that still be part of the Euthyphro dilemma?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if God just decides what is moral and what is not, then it could change tomorrow. It's completely subjective. If it does come from some other place, then it's kicking the can down the road. They've got to say where it comes from. Right. So if God doesn't decide that slaughtering all of the Canaanites is moral, if that is something that that moral decision comes from somewhere else, where does it come from? What makes it moral or immoral? And so a lot of them say, oh, well, it's in his nature. That's where we get our morality from. And it's like, well, if it's in his nature, it's in his nature to slaughter stuff. Your morality would say if God commands this thing, then it would be moral. It's got massive problems associated with it.
Yeah, because if you're more moral than your God, then he clearly can't have maximum morality. But also, the whole thing with the covenants, it not only is it waffling, it's a distraction in another way as well, because he just said God doesn't change. So God's like, thou shalt not kill, thou shall own slaves, and all this other shit. And then all of a sudden, oh, that doesn't matter. I thought you just said God doesn't change. Those things were very important to him before, but they're no longer important now. But also God doesn't change. Help me square that circle, buddy.
Well, I love that you've set up the immutability thing, because if he goes to appeal to his nature as being the basis of morality, then he would have to, logically, you would have to change, his nature would have to change if the morality changed. Because if his nature doesn't change, then the morality should be the same because it's based upon his nature. So you can tangle him up with that as well, easily. Because he's basically saying God does not change. He is immutable. He's the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Throughout time, he's exactly the same. And we're basing it upon his nature. But that means his nature would have to change. So you've done a real good setup for him appealing to God's nature as an out kind of thing. Because, of course, when they go to the Euthyphro, they want to point to something that's somewhere else, but also God. Like, they don't want to say, hey, it's just his decision what is moral, because that's subjective, and they want to claim this high road of, well, my morality is objective and yours is just simply subjective. So they appeal to something weird, like, well, it's God's nature is where we get our morality. But that's unchanging. So why does morality change?
Normally, I'd let you continue. you and listen, but
totally understood. Go ahead.
Yeah. My question is more about the benevolence of forcing innocent little girls into sexual slavery. Why is that a good thing for God to do?
Well, again, I'm gonna ask that you try to refrain from loaded question fallacies, and I understand that from your perspective, that is how you're viewing.
So my understanding, so the what I was working off of is in general in like Roman by Roman historians. I believe it's, I can't remember the Roman historian that I've looked up and I've used, but sexual slavery is pretty much any kind of limiting of one's sexual autonomy. And a forced marriage is a form of sexual slavery. And that's what, they employed back then. So it's like, I guess I didn't feel like I had to like do a remedial class on what sexual slavery is. I mean, obviously kidnapping little girls and forcing them into marriages, I feel like anybody could really understand that as being sexual slavery.
Well, for a start, I do have thoughts on that. For a start, left-handed Jedi, my favorite kind of Jedi. Super chat for $5 Out of left field question: if the Jews were God's chosen people, didn't Jesus in fact disenfranchise them? Well, Jesus was a Jew, so I mean, yeah, that's kind of what happened, but I'm not sure that Jesus did that. I'm pretty sure that he probably would have wanted them to be Jews. Like, if he was even a real person, he would have wanted them to still be Jews.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he went on at great length about the Mosaic law and the covenant with the people and this and that and the other. It was people who came after Jesus that were like, oh, well, no. First of all, you can follow Jesus and you don't have to follow the law, just follow Jesus. That was Paul's whole thing. But then later on, they were like, oh no, the Jews are a different people from us. We're the people of Jesus. It kept mutating for a few centuries. It's pretty neat. Also, I want to point out, the reason I was laughing so much at loaded question fallacy isn't just because he's full of loaded questions. You can have a loaded question that is not a fallacy per se, but when it is a fallacy, another name for that thing is the fallacy of presupposition, which is his entire argument.
Yeah. Well, look, I think that sort of apologists like Joel basically go, yeah, they killed everybody and took the children, but they provided good homes for them and gave them toys and raised them without ever touching them. Like, their view of history is so warped by what their beliefs are in Christianity. Like, these people couldn't have done bad things to those because God ordered it. It's kind of this circular argument. So I would probably veer away from the whole what they did with the girls once they took them, even though they took them as spoils and divvied them up and etc., because Joel's just he will get stuck in the weeds with this. Did they take them for the purposes of making them into slaves and wives and things like that? It will get stuck in the weeds. So just sort of talking about the genocide is better than the abduction kind of thing, because Joel's just going to go down a rabbit hole.
So yeah, my mind definitely went off on this, and this is one of the things that I kind of regret in this, is that I should have focused on genocide and the killing of small children as opposed to the sexual slavery. But for whatever reason, my mind was like, wait a second, they forced these young girls into sexual slavery. But he has, I'll say, in my opinion, a weird objection to it. And I don't want to ruin anything, so I mean, I'll explain it when it comes up.
Okay.
Real quick though, your instinct isn't awful on that. Like, we live in a world so full of genocides right now that people aren't really moved by it. Like, they can intellectually recognize that it's a moral evil, but it doesn't move them. Rhetorically speaking, you're much better off going for the sexual slavery, especially of children, because won't someone think of the children? That has a rhetorical punch.
But I guess what I would say is don't, like, you know, what I do notice though is he keeps saying that's a loaded question, but not explaining how. Like, not explaining how. He's not actually saying, hey, I don't believe that those girls were used for that. You know, I would drop that line if he brings it up. But, you know, like Ember said, it does have that punch to it kind of thing. And you can use sort of that incredulous of, oh, do you think they took these girls who hadn't known the touch of a man? What other reason would they have? I don't know. Let me think.
He has a different concept that I'll let him explain.
Okay. We've got Balthazar 228 super chat for $9.99 US. Thank you so much, Balthazar. I believe that's on John's channel. There's so much projection from Joel's side that I'd swear I'm in a 90s classroom. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's so condescending. Like he's so looking down on John that I would say it's an overhead projector. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That's a good way of explaining it, because he really is, like, he thinks he has like the high ground on this, in that he's Joel Settecase, or that like he's a professional apologist or something like that. I'm some asshole on the internet with an engineering degree, and I think that I know theological shit, when I feel like my engineering degree gives me a unique sort of analysis of you know, the Bible and the theology, because I'm more grounded in like logic and reason, and like being able to like analyze a system to see if that system makes sense for what it is to accomplish. Like, that's engineering is like all about that kind of shit. And like the fact that Joel's like, oh, I've been trained in apologetics, I know exactly what begging the question is, and I'm not going to fall into a trap.
Everyone knows engineers can't read, John. Come on now. Come on. Everyone knows that.
You know, no. We can read. We just can't write for shit. Like,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Fair. Actually, I had this, I put on my Discord server this stand-up of like different, like how many engineers of a certain type does it take to change a light bulb? And I loved the one for the systems engineer. How many systems engineers does it take to change a light bulb? None. They just redefine dark as the new standard.
Oh, no.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. They would redefine dark as a new standard.
I love that one. It's so good. It's like, yep, that's systems engineers. Yep, absolutely. So you've got to know the guys to understand it. Anyway, that's on my Discord server. My link to join the Discord is on below if you do feel inclined. It's a lot of fun.
And I want to just
how is it a loaded?
Oh,
good question, by the way.
Because you're describing the arrangement of marriage as you put it, sexual slavery, which the Bible, of course, never once presents marriage in that light. And I noticed this too, John, earlier when you described how Jacob wrestled with God.
I'm sorry. So they took the girls, slaughtered their parents, slaughtered their brothers, like some of which were babies, maybe. You know, like we're talking about everybody was killed except for the young girls who had not known the touch of a man. Right, and that's not ambiguous. That's exactly what the criteria was. A girl who was a virgin. They took all of them and slaughtered their entire families, put them into marriages with the people that slaughtered their family, and you're saying that's not sexual slavery. That's totally fine.
Yep.
I think they were generous. I think they gave them a month to like cut their hair and mourn before they had to, you know, do the dirty kind of thing. I think that's in the Bible somewhere. How generous?
Yeah, it is. It's in the rules for how to conquer a people and like take their women for yourself. But I mean, it's like what and I don't know. I can't remember if I asked Joel something along these lines, but like generally, I ask, if God were to tell you to go to the next town over, kill everybody in it, and take, you know, the young girls and you know, force them into a marriage, which in the Old Testament, by the way, there's no Hebrew word that means to marry. As far as we understand it, it's always to seize or to take possession of. And the way that they took possession of them is fuck them. And so that's rape, right? So like they raped girls into possession. And I don't know how you actually argue that that's like some kind of lovey-dovey marriage that we have now. Like I just that totally escapes me.
Well, it's amazing. Like I've run into people that will claim that it was completely voluntary after they've had their entire family slaughtered. It's just, you know, the lack of awareness is just incredible. Just incredible.
You described it. I may have misheard you, but it sounds to me like you interpret these passages using a creative license that puts them in a worse light than they actually are. So I want to highlight that.
I mean, so in the Jacob story, Jacob supposedly, it's either Jacob or God that grabs his thigh, which the...
Oh, we've lost all sound.
The actual word that's used there in the original naked wrestled him, like that's just that is a funny way of me mentioning that, but I mean I'm just saying, like I know what the original languages say.
Understood. If that was a question, I'll respond to it. In that account there are euphemisms in scripture where like a foot can mean genitals or something like that. But the way that we know that's actually talking about the thigh or the hip joint is because
he's getting way off track. He's getting so far off track. Like I think you got to jump in and bring him back and say, hey, no, I look, there's a genocide. Like, you know, all of these people have been killed. The young girls have been taken for whatever reason with all of their family dead and taken into the other tribe. Is that moral to do, or is it not moral?
Yeah. No, this is totally a part where I dropped the ball a little bit and I let my I don't know if it's ADHD or like whatever, but like he mentions a point and I'm like, oh, I got to chase this down kind of thing, and so I do get off in the weeds about it.
Oh, absolutely, and it's hard to see at the time because you chase that rabbit, you know, you really see that he's getting away kind of thing, and you know, this is suddenly Joel's an expert in the passages when he didn't even know what they were. You know, you're gonna have to point that out. Suddenly he knows all about these passages. Funny that how suddenly his knowledge clarifies.
Yeah, you know, I think that he's expecting me not to know. Like I feel like he thinks that I just look up random passages and like I'm told by other people mention this passage. He can't actually explain it. When in actuality, like I'm currently right now in a class in Dr. Joshua Bowen's class to read Hebrew, like the biblical Hebrew, and so like I'm doing everything that I can as a layman to like really understand like what they wrote and what they meant. And like he just thinks that I'm some hick like Alabamian like engineer or whatnot that just on the internet that, and I just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I feel like that's his expectation.
Yeah, but that's good for you, John, because people will underestimate you. That's good for you. Because when you do come in and say, hey, this is what it says, you know, Joel is part of a crowd of Christians that the Bible means what they want it to mean. It really does. Like their sort of thing of, it wasn't immoral, you know, it was actually a great blessing what happened to these people is horrifying. But you just got to get him there. You know, he will just give him enough rope. He will hang himself.
And the only way that he can make this argument that like it actually means like a literal like thigh, I guess maybe the outside of the thigh, is like the ambiguous nature of the word that's used for thigh. But he has to appeal to like other writers that use it in that way. He doesn't appeal to like within that particular section of Genesis or anything like that. Like that writer used it in the way that he did. And it seems more in line with like grabbing the dude's dick rather than like grabbing the outside of his thigh where like a sword would rest or something.
Yep.
There is a caveat applied to it immediately thereafter where it says, and to this day, this is why the Israelite people do not eat the hip of the animal or the thigh or the hip joint, I believe. So I'd have to go back and look at the actual Hebrew. Anyway, regardless, when we're talking about the conquest of Canaan, the Bible does not describe it as sexual slavery, if we have to say that. It does describe it as divine judgment. And we do need to read the Bible in light of the Old and New Covenants. And so you asked, how is it benevolent for God to do this? Well, just off the top of my head,
well, in fairness, God didn't do it. He commanded people to do it, and that's part of the problem, right? That if God commands you to do something that is an atrocity by any, like if God didn't tell you to do that, it would be an atrocity. If God tells you to do it, it's not an atrocity anymore, right? So we're not talking about morality that's based upon the consequences or any kind of utility. We're talking about whether God commands you or not.
Yeah, and like I don't understand how the new covenant really factors into this particular portion, because like I'm saying the God is immutable and therefore is culpable for his actions in the Old Testament. How do you reconcile this with that? I'm not saying that God somehow commands Christians now to take sexual slaves. I'm saying that God has condoned and directly commanded the taking of sexual slaves.
Well, I think he's going to try and pivot to, well, that happened in the past and it was a judgment by God then, but it won't happen in the future, which he can't possibly know. But, you know, that's, you know, because you can sort of say, hey, would you do this if it happened? And he would probably say, well, God will never command me to do that, which you don't know that. If he can make one covenant, you know, drop one covenant and make a next one, he can do it twice.
Then he has done it twice, but that's a whole other topic.
The thing is that if he goes down that track, you can say, what, God can't do that? And then he's got to admit that God can't do something which he won't do. You know, like, because you always say, well, God can do anything he wants.
Yeah, if God can't do it, then it violates his omnipotence.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that plays into my entire argument in this. So if people don't remember from the first section of this, my argument against the Christian God is that the Christian God cannot be all three omni traits at one time. It has to be some subset of those omni traits. It cannot be all three at the same time.
Yeah, and I think the problem of evil, which is exactly as John just described it, is the strongest argument against the Christian God specifically. It is definitely the strongest. And Joel's response to that in the first one, if you didn't see it or you don't remember, was, we don't have a problem of evil, you have a problem of evil. Like, so his response was literally, no, you.
No, you.
It's wild. Absolutely wild.
It's pretty hilarious. But also, it brings him back to the problem of induction. How do you know God wouldn't command it again? Induction.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess so. Induction would say that God is quite possible to do it again. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that there's a parallel. That he's saying he doesn't need induction because he has absolute knowledge, but then turns around and has to rely on induction.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Is you now have the younger generation that is being transferred from a nation that was totally immoral and under God's ban. Remember, John, you need to do an
how are they immoral?
Transferred. That's a soft word for what they're doing. Transferred. Like they're standing there with bus tickets, you know, waiting to get on board the Israelite bus. No, that's not what happened. They were kidnapped. They were abducted. Like, come on. What the hell?
Yeah. It's a William Craigism. They were translocated from one region to another.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of like how Epstein translocated a girl to Donald Trump for $22,000.
Yeah. Just transferred them from location to location, and you know, transferred their clothes somewhere else. Yeah, no, I got you. It's such weaselly language here. Transferred, dude.
Yeah,
like transfer.
In worldview, the Canaanites.
No. Well, Midianites specifically in Numbers 31.
Sexual immorality, human sacrifice.
So let me. Can I ask
all
something?
kinds of human abuses? I mean.
Yeah, so this is getting into the weeds of victim blaming kind of thing, like going down this. He's just going to list a whole bunch of grievances. He'll want to argue about what they did or what they didn't. What they did is irrelevant. Like that's the thing. Like genocide is never, ever an okay solution to somebody doing something you don't like.
I do. sorry, I do want to point out that like Joel does not even know like who the people groups were in this conflict, like who was doing like it for somebody who's an apologist that has been trained in this kind of bullshit. He does not know what Numbers 31 is even about.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Well, it's one of those things that is really inconvenient for them. You know, like incredibly inconvenient.
Yeah, but it's also hilarious to me how they're like, oh, well, they were sacrificing children, so we went in and killed all the children. And they were like, you know, doing murder, so we went in and murdered them all. Like, what do you mean? This is the moral solution? They were doing it a little, so we did it to all of them?
Yeah, you know, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, go John.
Well, I was just gonna say that's where I really wanted to go with this, and I typically do. I just for some reason my brain got off in the weeds about the sexual slavery part because it's like I guess I was just so flabbergasted by the fact that Joel was not willing to acknowledge that it is sexual slavery, and I was like, I need him to admit that this was fucking sexual slavery, and I got off in the weeds.
Yeah, and all scholars say, it is a barbaric practice of sexual slavery. Even the Christian ones will say, well, they were taken as wives. That is what happened during those days. And look, it wasn't like the Israelites were doing anything that much worse than the other nations around them. That's the thing. Like it wasn't. This was sort of a practice back then. Slavery was kind of that's what you did when you conquered your enemies. That's exactly what you did. You know, it isn't like this is unusual. It wasn't like the Romans weren't taking slaves. They absolutely were. You know, all of these civilizations were doing the same thing. That doesn't make it moral. That's the whole point. And relative morality, they didn't know enough. So we don't do presentism, which is sort of like, oh, they should have known back then. Because they didn't. They really didn't understand the consequences of what they were doing. That's okay. But we're not going to claim that is a moral act today, except Joel and people like him that say, hey, totally moral because God commanded it. There's a rocky road for you if that's what you think.
Yeah, and I guess in a rocky road. And I guess for the purposes of my argument, Joel already admitted that God was immutable, so like he's unchanging.
Yep.
So it doesn't make sense for a more naturalistic, like anthropological view of it to make sense. God, if he is immutable, would know that this is sexual slavery, and he would know what he's commanding people, and then would be consciously making the decision to do evil, which would violate omnibenevolence.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Absolutely. And the other way that they go is, oh, well, God knew that he wasn't going to change people, so he tried to control them and do this. And they basically make apologetics for it, basically. So that's the other way it can go. But, you know, number one, what kind of weak God can't command his people not to, you know, slaughter others? That seems pretty weak. But, you know, it again, it's just his opinion at that point. So it's subjective. Balthazar. 228 again, strikes again. Super chat for $9.99 US. Would have been funnier. No, never mind. It's not ferromagnetic metal loops and magnetic field that powers my cooktop. God is causing induction. Absolutely.
There we go. More proof than Joel has supplied this entire debate.
Pretty much, yeah.
Good job, Balthazar.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask something?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so you're let me make sure that I'm getting this right. You're trying to tell me that God's solution for the Midianites committing human sacrifices is to have the Israelites go in and unalive everybody and capture the little girls to force into marriages.
Again, it doesn't say little girls, and this is a great example.
No, it literally does. What do you think that the virgin girl, like, what do you think it means to be a virgin in that society?
As the dad of 2 daughters, when you say little girls, I think of like toddlers. So maybe.
It was toddlers, yes. So any girls that had not known the touch of a man, like had not slept with a man, that is all.
It it's a little concerning to me, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it's a little concerning to me when I say little girls. He thinks of like,
Toddlers.
Toddlers. And like me, Joel's obviously older than me. I'm, I'm almost 41. Like if I say little girls, I definitely would include like 14, 15, 16-year-old
same.
girls as little girls. But Joel seems to go to, toddlers. Joel, why do you consider little girls to be toddlers? And what would you consider 14 to 15-year-old girls? Like, I don't know, marriage worthy? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, if you're not considering them to be little girls or pubescent girls or like girls that are just, like that are little either in age or in emotional development, physical development, like, to me, this just rings a bit creepy. Like, I didn't clock this in the original debate, so I didn't say anything about it. But it's like, why do you think little girls at your age is like a toddler?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Probably because it's helpful for his argument kind of thing. But what I find interesting is what he's not saying. Okay, so what he's done is he's latched onto this one thing. What about the unaliving of people because they were unaliving each other? Right? What happened to that? That was the first part of the statement. So, it's that he's not answering it, that he's going to this other thing. It's a red herring. He wants to get into an argument about what constitutes sexual slavery, what constitutes a little girl, what constitutes, what the Bible says. He wants to do anything but acknowledge that genocide occurred directed by God and carried out by his chosen people. And he said it's a good thing. It's important to focus on that. Sorry, go ahead.
Anything to avoid the point. But also, it may be worth noting, because Joel is in the United States, that 42 states still have legal child marriage. And every time we try to ban child marriage in a state, it is inevitably blocked by Republicans, specifically and explicitly for the reason that it will interfere with certain people's expression of their religion.
And I might add that the Republicans recently blocked the in the Senate to bring out the Epstein files. So, 51 senators voted against it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I do want to point out something that my wife, Caitlin Coey, put in my chat.
Hi, Caitlin.
Yeah. She says hi. She says, because 14 to 15-year-old girls have their period. If they can bleed, they can breed, right? I can't tell you the number. This is going to sound disgusting, but I can't tell you the number of times I heard that growing up. Like, if
Really?
they bleed, they can breed, or if it's the other thing that was said around me, not that I believed it, but that if there's hair on the field, like, it's fair play.
Grass on the field, play ball.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. It's totally gross, and it's something that I grew up around, and it's like, like me, like, even as a 25, 30-year-old man, I was like, that's wrong.
That's horrifying. Yep. Good Christian family values right there. Yep.
It's a Christian nation, Mark. Haven't you heard?
I know. It makes me very happy that I do not live in a Christian nation. Really
I wish I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, trying to explain to people, hey, it's actually been better here now that it's not majority Christian. Like, when it was majority Christian, we had all kinds we had Vietnam, we had the Iraq war, we had all this. Now that it's not, and atheists have surpassed or coming up to surpass Christians. It's actually a lot more chill, a lot better, a lot more secular, a lot more understanding, a lot more tolerant, the whole kit and caboodle. Look, just do it. Just look, if we look at the statistics, within 70 years or so, maximum 70 years, Christians will no longer have the majority if the trends keep going the same. So it is on the horizon. They fucking know it. They absolutely know it. You know, I mean, I see Ken Ham, like in his video, sit there and go, "Oh, people are leaving the churches. I wonder why." It's like, yeah, I have no idea, mate. Like, holy crap. So, but, you know, I kind of know why. Anyway, getting back to Joel Settecase and his ridiculousness of understanding what happened in ancient Palestine.
Maybe that's just me.
It would include toddlers too, but toddlers would be virgins,
no one is
right?
Nobody is marrying toddlers in the Bible. You'd have that's a total and complete eisegesis.
Yeah, they probably let them grow up first, Joel. Yeah, thank you. That's fine. Like, we're not saying that they married the...
This is why Mark has no hair.
Yeah.
So the Casey, she made a good point. Like, they would definitely marry them off. Like, they would, you know, and marry them off once they started their periods, they entered puberty and everything like that. But also, my position is informed by Talmudic scholars who, you know, have done research in this area, and like, fathers were allowed to sell off their 8-year-old daughters to somebody to be married, and like, the daughters couldn't refuse if they were under 8. And then you know, the fathers had total control of who the daughters married, because the fathers made those decisions. So I mean, it was literally
property of the father. Yeah, it says that in the Bible. When they sell their daughter, you know, like, it literally says that. But anyway, but sort of sticking to genocide, he doesn't want to talk about that part. He really does not. That is the last place he wants to go, because even if they're not just wiping out a tribe, the next tribe, relocating all of their children to you, that is you cannot argue that's not genocide. You can't. Yeah. It's impossible.
This is one of the regrets. One of the regrets that I had in the debate is that I focused too much on the sexual slavery part. Now, I don't know if maybe I was just kind of in the weeds about it, like, personally, but like, I totally meant in that line of questioning to focus on the genocide part, because that doesn't make sense. And just for whatever reason, I just focused on the sexual slavery bit.
Look, I mean, I'm criticizing it, but it is so easy to sit back after a debate and go, "Oh, well, I should have done this, that, and the other." It's so easy to do while you're in the heat of the moment and someone says something so fucking ridiculous. Like, and I've done it myself. That one with Andrew Wilson, I really just chased him all around the place because he was saying the most ridiculous shit. And a lot of them prey on this. They will say the most outlandish stuff to get you away from what they talk about. And I think that you know, it is really hard to, when someone starts to, you know, do something like Holocaust denial or you know, captive taking denial, you know, like this guy's doing. It's really hard to just go, "Oh, well, I'm just going to let that go," because it is so offensive to you know, humanity in general, that you have to go, "What is? Yeah, I've got to argue this because, you know, morally you feel like you have to, right?" And I totally get it. But, you know, he's running out the clock by basically talking about something that is muddying the waters, making it really hard to talk about, yet he doesn't want to talk about the other side of it. And you know, it is just a dishonest tactic. It's a red herring is what it is.
Jesus, John.
Well, no, so I'm not saying. Sorry, let me clarify.
Do you have a question? Yes, have a question.
I'm not saying that the little girls, like that younger girls, were married off to the men, but the group of girls that was captured would have included little girls, but the ones that were forced into marriages would have been virgins, and they typically in that society would have started marrying girls off at around 14 years old. And so you're talking about that. Let me ask you this question: do you consider? Is that a question?
Wait, I'd like to respond.
No. I was clarifying, and now I'm asking. But this is not a time for.
Okay. Yeah. Try to stick with the question if you could.
I'm trying to. So do you consider marrying a 14-year-old girl to be a perfectly fine and just thing to do?
That'll be the last question for the cross-exam. Joel, you can answer that, but it is a rough question, but it's up to you.
Sure. Yeah. The Bible does not say.
I'm sorry.
Does not
Hold on.
that.
What is that? That's not a hard question. Like, that
No.
is not a hard question. Is it okay to marry a 14-year-old? Fuck no. But no, it's not
No.
okay to marry a 14-year-old. That is not a constant, like, that is not hard for me to say. Like, why is that hard for anybody to say?
Well, it's because they're coming from an objective morality kind of thing. Under subjective morality, you can say, hey, that was okay back then, but we know that's not good for people now. So fuck no, it's not. Right? It's not good for them to do that. They're not developed enough to deal with that stuff. But, you know, why is the moderator giving his opinion on the questioning is my question. Oh, that's a rough question. You're the fucking moderator.
It blows my mind. Like, I'm seeing those things also, but like, in what universe does the moderator say, hey buddy, I understand that question that goes to the core of the morality you're expressing is the basis for the intelligibility of the fucking universe, but it's a rough question, so you don't have to answer that one. That questions that are too hard, you don't have to answer because you're the special little guy. What the fuck?
I don't. Yeah, and like that was, you know, I want to sort of parallel that with when Joel, he said last question for Joel, just answer that and we'll move on. To, oh, that's the last question, you don't have to answer it. It was a rough question. What the fuck are you doing?
That's like 3 different levels of bias, and we're all perceiving a different level. There may be more. If we had a 4th person in here, they might see a different one.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
That was not cool by the moderator. You know, either they have to answer the last question or they don't have to answer the last question. It should be the same for both both interlocutors. Or if they have a choice, it should be the same for both interlocutors. And you shouldn't be offering up the quality of the question in the middle of the debate. Like, seriously, you shouldn't be doing that.
Moderators editorializing. But we're the professional platform because we have judges. They use vibes, but they're judges.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
I think the moderator should be scored on this one, quite frankly.
Mandate that. What John's doing is he's taking historical research and he's applying it back into scripture. He's committing what's called presentism, or also known as chronological snobbery. Obviously, no, I do not believe that is an acceptable practice today. That being said,
so he's not doing presentism. He's not, right? Because if you're claiming morality is relative, then that's the whole point. Presentism and avoiding presentism is relative morality. It's saying, hey, we have a moral standard today. Relative to our understanding of morality, it was okay back then. We don't judge them by our current standard because they didn't know any better. Because it is relative to your understanding of morality, what is moral and what isn't. And to different societies, right? That is moral relativism. But he's saying, well, there was a different morality back then. That is moral relativism.
Yeah, God's unchanging morality, except it changed.
Right. Yeah, and I don't see how I could be committing presentism. But and here's my thought on it, and I didn't really get to like say anything about it, but at the very beginning of questioning, I established that God's immutable. He's unchanging.
Yes.
So like the God that exists now would have the same knowledge that he does back then. So like there's no way that I can do presentism because God, like if it's very obvious that it's wrong to marry 14-year-olds or 14-year-old girls now, then it would be wrong then, and God would understand that. But God didn't in some kind of case. So like that is what I was going to or at least I was speaking to, and obviously I didn't get to respond to Joel in this particular instance.
Yeah. I think that we're not the ones doing presentism because we don't claim that was moral. We claim it was immoral. Right? We're saying under our current understanding it's immoral, but we don't tend to judge people by the morality that we have today. That was that was all they knew. That's what presentism is. It's basically saying, hey, they're wrong because of our morality today. No. But if you're saying, hey, we have this objective morality and God is good, he's giving another red herring, because the question isn't whether it is moral today or back then. It is the question of, can God be omnibenevolent and basically order a genocide? That's the question. It's not about whether it's now or then. That's not the comparison. It is, hey, we know this thing to be absolutely an atrocity, as John pointed out. It's an atrocity. Is it moral for God to say that? And if it is, then he has to wear that if God commands a genocide, that is a moral thing to do. And if it's not, then God is being immoral. And he doesn't want to go there. He does not want to go there. He is very well aware that this leads to one of two paths, neither of which he's going to enjoy. He either William Lane Craigs it and says, well, it was a great blessing for them to wipe out an entire people. Or he goes to, well, God could only work with what he had. And then omnipotence comes into question. And Jester for $2 says, rough is a terrible word to choose in context. Yeah.
Damn it, Jester.
Yeah, lube up before you comment. Lube up, please.
Always.
Please.
Always. And if you need lube, we know we have a channel friend who does that. It's Friendly the Punk Apostate. He's got ads in every single episode. I won't go into it here because we're on multi-stream. But wherever you get it, find fucking lube.
The Bible doesn't say that happened. That's John reading into the text. And John is also importing a Christian morality. We're going to get into this more, but a Christian influenced morality. Having grown up in Alabama, he's got Christian moral sensibilities, and I commend him for that. But what he's attempting to do is then use those against their foundation, which is Scripture, which is self-refuting.
Okay, with that, we're going to go into second round of cross-examination. So Joel, you're going to get 7 minutes, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
The lag.
He absolutely is Googling furiously. Balthazar 228. Thanks, John. For $9.99 US, shouldn't Ken Ham be barred from commenting on Judea as he's not kosher intrinsically? I don't know.
Unclean. It's in the Bible.
I get it. All right, that one took a while. I'm sorry. I'm mind flooded by Joel's ridiculously. I get it.
In fairness, the same section of the Bible is very clear that bats is birds.
Mm-hmm.
Look, and in fairness, I don't know who would want to eat Ken Ham. That is.
Ew.
Yeah, that's terrible stuff.
Ew.
John, is evolution a process that is aimed at survival or truth?
It would be aimed at survival, but I would stipulate that with adhering to the truth of reality is the best way to survive.
Okay. Alvin Plantinga argues that an atheist who believes in unguided evolution has an undercutting defeater for all his beliefs, including atheism.
Plantinga? Like, why? He's just a philosopher. I don't... Like, what?
Yeah, there's some specific evolutionary argument against atheism or something like that Plantinga puts forth. I can't remember. I'm not that familiar with it, but it seems out of pocket to me, like to bring up evolution at this point. And I mean, I feel like I understand like why evolution would select for, a species that can correctly reason out like the truth of reality, because that's the best way to survive. But he seems to really be stuck on his script.
Yeah, and there's apparently been a lot of responses to that, which sort of really like, because apparently he's leaning on a Bayesian study, a Bayesian framework, which, if you're unaware, Bayesian statistics, you have to do a set of initial probabilities, most of which Plantinga just made up, essentially.
Well, yeah. And I mean, I use Bayesian analysis for like my mythicist position, but the thing is that what Bayesian allows you to do is really pinpoint where they go wrong in their assumptions and everything. And I feel like that's exactly what Joel is doing here, is that he's placing far more credibility on things that are rather incredible, and claiming that, oh, like this has 100% likelihood, of it being that this case if God existed, instead of a more reasonable assessment of the likelihood of it, either giving God or without God. And so, I mean, he doesn't. I don't remember him actually getting into his Bayesian reasoning on this, but he just, he just kind of assumes shit.
It seems like an appeal to authority for me. Like, I like he's basically going, well, Plantinga came up with a argument against naturalism or evolution. It's like, well, evolution isn't the topic of the debate for a start. It's God.
Well, it kind of goes into, so Joel is laying his cards on the table here. He's just saying, I'm just repeating what Plantinga put out, which his whole thing was the defeater for naturalism, which is literally the same as the transcendental presup argument. It's if your faculties were produced by natural processes, then they're not reliable, and therefore you can't judge anything they've produced as reliable. It's a defeater for all of naturalism, according to Plantinga. And then he resolves it by saying, I can rely on my rational conclusions because I have a defeater for that defeater, which is God. By guaranteeing my processes are rational thanks to God, my results, my saying that God is the only rational thing, is the only rational thing. And it's literally it's a pile of fallacies, but it has it's obviously it's not a formal fallacy, but people call it the defeater fallacy. Like, it's so well known, there's a term for it because like it's just a huge non sequitur. It's that whole,
and it's begging the question, because you have to show that your senses
he started with his conclusion and tried to build up to it.
I feel like he's aiming at a burden shift. Like, he's trying to say, well, you've got to prove that naturalism is true, therefore, which is the same as saying you've got to prove there is no God in order to win, basically. When no, you have to show that there is a God in order to defeat naturalism.
But there's a second prong to that as well, in that it's a proposed defeater, but it has its own defeater built in that if Plantinga, and by extension Joel's reasoning, is infallible because there's a guarantee from the all-powerful muckety muck, then showing one flaw in their reasoning, rationality, understanding, or anything demonstrates that's not actually true. They're effectively setting up a house of cards where you can knock down the God they're proposing by showing they're capable of error once. And that's kind of fucking hilarious to me.
And the presups and other apologists seem to have no more access to the truth than anybody else does. That's the thing. We all seem to be laboring under the same, hey, we're right about some things and wrong about some things. They don't seem to have any more capacity. Their power of discernment is not very good. As superpowers go, pretty freaking shit, to be honest with you. It's a pretty terrible superpower.
I mean, to be clear,
sorry, go ahead, Ember.
Okay, there's a straw man built in as well. It's this idea that our conclusions are only reliable because we assume our conclusions are reliable, but that's not true. All of science is predicated on the idea that we're probably wrong, and the objective is to become less wrong by checking our work over and over.
I'm sorry. My point was really non-serious. I was going to be like, I am offended Joel has a direct line to God, and he knows everything that God does. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Clearly, we're outmatched on this one.
What's your response to that?
I disagree.
On what basis?
On the basis that I don't see any justification that that is true. Like, can you maybe explain how that undercuts my position?
Well, yes, I can, but I want to get to some.
Yes, I can, but I'm not going to. Let's just all assume that it's true. Yes, let's just.
I like how he tripped over himself, and he totally didn't expect me to just be like, I disagree.
Yep. Could you explain how it undercuts my position? Well, I could, but I don't feel like it. Come on, Joel. Seriously, mate. Did he just throw this? Somebody giving this on his laptop and just throwing it out there without actually knowing what the argument is? I don't know. It's weird. It's so strange.
That, now that you mention it, it's not unthinkable that he's clearly been waffling, and to throw out Plantinga like that instead of including it in the opening, if he planned to go there, or like it is almost like he got an IM or a DM or something from Wi-Fi Gospel saying, "Hey, do this."
I have no idea. I have no idea, but to say, like, it's like those people that go, "Oh, that's a fallacy," and you go, "Oh, which fallacy is it?" And they go, "Well, I don't. It's fine." And it's like,
but that's okay. We'll move on. Maybe we can come back to it. I'll put it in bold in my notes.
I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to.
You put it in bold in your notes. So I'm sorry, you just brought up Plantinga and said his argument undercuts John completely undercuts it and shows him wrong. And when he says, I disagree, what exactly does it undercut? You go, oh, I'll come back to it later. Joel, what the hell? Like, just
confidence.
Yeah.
I do the work for you. So if you want to ask me a question about it, ask me.
This is a time to answer questions. So I'm gonna move on to talk about something else, John.
Wait, is it a time? Isn't this open discussion, or is this another cross exam?
This is another cross exam. There were two.
Oh, okay.
There were two cross exams.
Okay, so we're back to Joel interrogating the witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mr. Gleason, in your debate with Alex Medeiros, you said, "I don't believe in absolute moral facts." Does this mean that you believe that moral claims are context dependent?
Context in what form?
Historical context, geographic context, personal context.
Give me the context.
I would agree.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah. I mean, that's he's just trying to get you to say, hey, moral relativism is a thing. Big deal. I don't see the problem with that.
Yeah, no. I didn't have a problem. I just wanted to be sure that I understood what he meant by context, because I just really didn't know if he was just trying to like pull something on me, like if he was trying to equivocate like what context was. So I just wanted him to kind of explain that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In a there's a historical context of moral conclusions, there's a cultural context, there's all those kind of context. So like if I'm in my current cultural context, I would say that culturally I could be objectively wrong about something, but that's like an objective determination about it, and not that the moral statement or claim is objective itself.
So you could be objectively say that again. You could be objectively wrong. Is that what you said?
I think that you can objectively consider moral conclusions, but that doesn't make the conclusion objective itself. It just means that your characterization or your determination of that conclusion, or your judgment of that conclusion or whatnot can be objective, but that doesn't mean that it itself is objective. I don't know if I explained that correctly.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like you can have an objective evaluation of the parameters of a moral decision, but that doesn't mean your decision is objective. Like I totally get what you're saying. It's kind of like Matt Delahunty gives a good example that, hey, the rules of chess are completely subjective. How the pieces move is completely subjective. But if you agree on the rules, there are some moves which are objectively better in virtue of those rules. So I get what you're saying. And, you know, I personally adhere to that as well under secular humanism, sort of a consequentialist idea. You know, it might be subjective what our goal is, but we can make some decisions that will objectively get us towards that goal or lead us away from it, you know. Absolutely. So I get what you're saying. It's just they will say, oh, but that still doesn't make it objective. Correct. That's true. That is true.
I will leave that to the judges to decide. But my question is there a transcendent standard of moral obligation that goes beyond your own, as you...
Is there a transcendent standard? Transcendent of what? Transcendent of myself? Yes, I have moral obligations to the society in which I live. Transcendent to what?
To another plane of existence, Mark.
Apparently so. You know, like I don't... That's sort of that sort of pre-suppy language, or, you know, the language that they use. Transcendent to what, exactly? Weird.
Put it your feelings earlier, or your sensibilities. Is there an objective standard of morality?
There's no transcendent moral, like, lawgiver, no transcendent moral thing, no.
Okay, so that's helpful. So by you trying to judge the God of the Bible, the Christian God, according to some moral standard, are you not engaging in an exercise in trying to impose your own personal preferences upon the God of the Bible? Is that fair?
No. Okay. So first off, we're not judging God's moral standard. We're judging your moral standard. Because I've never seen a God, and I can't judge him because he won't appear, and he certainly won't rock up to a subpoena that I've given out. So, you know, no one's judging God here. We're judging you and your moral standard. You say you get it from God. That's what we're judging. And so if God's running around brutalizing people, we want to say, well, is that your morality? How moral is that? So yeah, I think it's just this whole idea of, well, you already believe in God, John. You've got knowledge and you suppress it in your unrighteousness, so you want to judge God. It's like, no, we really don't. We really don't. It's not, yeah. And just because you engage in a hypothetical doesn't mean you think that hypothetical is real. Just because you're going, can God be omnibenevolent and slaughter a whole bunch of Canaanites, doesn't mean that you think that is actually a real thing. So I feel like he's conflating a hypothetical and your questioning with, you know, people actually believing in the God. Mm-hmm. It's so stupid. It is literally so stupid. It's like saying, well, you're talking about God, so you believe in him. No, we're not judging God. We're judging the Bible. We're judging you. We're judging your arguments about God. That's all.
Yeah. Now, I wish I had made that particular argument. I think that would definitely be stronger than, at least I remember, like, taking or at least answering this question.
Okay.
It's not personal preference because I adhere to, like, secular humanism. I base it on that, so that's not exactly personal preference. But I would agree that it's all, like, the topic of morality in general is a subjective topic inherently, and so even Christians would be using a subjective moral framework.
Okay, so I want to take that back then, because I want to ask another question then. If the next edition of the Secular Humanist Manifesto, which has changed so many times, said that sexual slavery, as you said, is now moral, would you affirm that or deny that?
I would deny that.
Okay, so it's...
Well, yeah. So he's basically being a hypocritical. Yeah, absolutely. So,
and a hypothetical one at that. Like, if your book, because the book has arbitrary rules made up by no one.
Right. I would probably argue that if the Secular Humanist Manifesto came out with that, then they're not secular humanists. Unless you care about human well-being, you're not a secular humanist. But yeah, I would absolutely stop following it if it came out with something like that, because we don't get our morality from a book.
Right.
Like, I feel like he's just trying to do a equivocation fallacy to sort of say, hey, we've got our Bible and you've got the Secular Humanist Manifesto, so they're equal. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. The manifesto is a confirmation of what people came up with. It's not a prescription. It's a description of our beliefs. It's not a prescription of it. It's not. So, yeah. Wow.
Seems to me then that is it not true then that you do base your moral judgments off of your own internal compass, and you do not subscribe to an external or objective standard? Is that fair?
I would agree that I do not adhere to any absolute standard. True.
Okay, and so would it be fair to say then that your standard of morality is completely personal and subjective?
I would agree that it is subjective, but with the stipulation that all morality is subjective. So,
well, also that if you're talking about ethics, that's not subjective to you either, because even if I said, oh, well, now I think murder is just totally morally fine. Like, it's intersubjective. It's agreed upon by a group, that the ethical standard. So even if I change my mind and I personally think it's fine, that doesn't change the morality or the ethical standard of a group, like a nation or anything like that. It still wouldn't be moral in that society. So our morals usually come from an intersubjective sort of agreement between people rather than just what my opinion is. And he's really trying to conflate this idea that, oh, well, your morality is only dependent on just your whims, just your feelings, just whatever you think at the time. And he'll probably use the word arbitrary again, right? Like, this is what he's trying to do. And just because it's subjective doesn't mean it's arbitrary, right? It doesn't mean it's for no reason, just because it's subjective to me. And that's really important. Oh, I bet you he's going to use it. I can almost smell it. I can smell it.
It's pretty fun, but that's one of the reasons that I tend to avoid using the word morality. Like, I'll use it in a colloquial sense, but in a situation like this, I don't use morality because it's so easy to kind of equivocate away and say, oh, it's just your feelings in the moment. No, right. Our morals, our subjective internal morals, are an expression of our value systems, our prioritized value systems. And so I just go directly with the prioritized value system. And that kind of, it removes that ability to say, oh, it's just whim and wishy-washy. It's like, no, I have specific values, ought statements that I make decisions based on in a prioritized fashion. Like killing. I don't want to be killed, so I think killing is bad generally. That's against the well-being of humanity. But if a person is in danger and defending them requires lethal force, then that may invoke a higher priority and therefore be the ethically correct decision. You can just dispense with the whole moral nonsense.
And one thing that he doesn't address is my claim that morality, like, is in and of itself is subjective. Yeah. He doesn't even he solely focuses on, like, trying to get me to, I guess, reaffirm that it's subjective, but it's like, I've already said that all of morality is subjective in the first place. So, like, even Joel's morality is subjective, and, like, he just doesn't even, I don't know if he just doesn't process that I said that, or if he's just trying to pivot away from it because he can't answer to that. I don't
ignore it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is arguments to be made that morality can be objective. Dr. Graham Oppy makes an argument from sort of an evolutionarily, like, built perspective that it may be objective. I don't think that our evolution built impulses rises to the level of a code of conduct, which is what morality is. So I would disagree with him. But I think, I think that in a way you can make that argument, at least that it goes to a sort of proto-morality, like we find in animals, that they have, like, things that they expect from one another to do. But I would say the same. I think all. But here's the important thing to remember. You're not claiming it's objective. He is. You can challenge that and say, I don't believe you. Show that it is in fact objective. Because like Steven Seagal, the precept's making a lot of claims, not demonstrating much. So when he says, oh, we have the objective morality, the question should be, how do you show that it's objective? As opposed to every other Christian out there who disagree with you on your morality. How do you show that's objective? How do you show that's the actual objective morality from God? I don't have an answer to that.
They can never, nobody ever agrees, right? Like take any two people and you're going to find, you may get you ask 100 people and they'll all say killing babies for fun is wrong, because the Christians have to add that for fun because they can't just say killing babies is wrong. And then you'll have other people who say, oh, well, the death penalty is legitimate. So somewhere in there's a line where killing is wrong and killing is okay. Right. And every single person puts that line in a different position. And that's just one moral question.
Right. So, I would just sort of say, hey, just ask him to show that his morality is in fact objective. We should be able to demonstrate objective things.
Yeah, and the problem... the problem in this particular, the problem in this section is primarily just that I'm not able to, challenge him. Like I am there to answer his questions, and that puts me at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Subjective morality.
Okay, so so you have subjective morality, and you're okay with that, it seems, because you believe that everybody is using subjective morality. Even though earlier you said that I was more concerned with what God wants. And so it sounds to me like, at least internally, would you not have to agree that I am subscribing to an objective morality as laid out in Scripture, whereas yours is radically subjective? Is that fair?
Nope.
Yeah, like that's a terrible question, because you can just say, hey, I don't believe yours is objective.
Right. Exactly. I do not think that's fair. Do you want me to expound on that, or is that it?
No, I maybe we'll come back to that. I think that the point has been demonstrated.
The point is, nothing's been demonstrated, Joel. You claimed it was objective. That's all. It's a claim. That's been demonstrated.
I'm sorry, Mark. It's been demonstrated. Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. I would have liked you to expound without asking his permission. Just say, hey, you claim it's objective, but there is nothing that makes me think that is objective. If you can, please do demonstrate it to me. Please. And then he would have gone, well, let's move away. And it's just, a lot better. Like, so... Yeah, I would have criticism with you. Your answers are way too short in this, like way too short. Just sort of saying, yes, it's subjective. When he's referenced the Bible, as being the objective morality, you should push back. And like you said earlier, like I think all morality is subjective. I think yours is subjective.
Yeah, I mean, highlighting the fact that he's dodging and pivoting like a freaking gymnast definitely is an advantage, because it's another one of those rhetorical appearance sorts of things. It shows his weakness and makes you look even stronger for pointing them out. It's like a touch in fencing, you land a point for that. But there is some advantage in keeping your answers as short as possible, because like Joel, when he was answering your questions, he liked to expound and expound and expound and expound. He was trying to run out the clock, but he was also kept dropping more threads every which way that you could then turn around and tie him up with. By keeping your answers as short as possible, you minimize the amount of rope he has to work with.
Yeah, but as we've seen, he just says, well, then I win the point, move on, which isn't ideal either.
It has been demonstrated.
Yeah, well, there's got to be a happy medium in there somewhere where I think succinctness is what you're really after. Saying the most with the least amount of waffling, like Joel, where you don't expose yourself, but you make a hard point. And you had that point earlier that all morality is subjective. Just reiterate it. If he's going to ask the same dumb question, give him the same smart answer. Yeah. Jester for $2. What was he saying about loaded questions again? Yeah. And he does a lot of that. He's like, so would I be right in assuming massive long sentence of what he actually thinks? He's really pushing it. Because before, when he was talking, I was thinking, is there a question in here somewhere? Or, and then he just added on, is that what you would think at the end? And it's like, okay, you got there, but holy shit, Joel, like seriously, it's not really a question. It's a statement followed by, do you agree? It's, yeah.
Said that murder is immoral. This is in your debate with Alex Medeiros. You said that murder is immoral if you're looking to build a civilization or live in a civilization. According to Webster's, murder is the crime of unlawfully and unjustifiably killing a person. Now, let's say that
argument ad dictionary. So going to a dictionary is not too bad. It's just what you've got to understand is dictionaries have usages, not prescripted meanings for words. It has how people use them. And John might have been using this word completely differently than what he's taken from the dictionary, right? Like it has murder in there has multiple meanings. So, I don't think just saying, hey, this is what the dictionary says really, why doesn't he ask you what was meant by it? Come on, dude, seriously.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing that whole thing where it's like, you said in this other debate, in this other context, this thing. Explain yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I swear he's picked that up from Sci-10. I swear to God that I don't believe in, that he's picked that up from Sci-10, because he does it all the time. And it's actually, it's kind of worrying that he knows more about what you've said in previous debates than he knows what the Bible says, quite frankly.
Priorities.
Yeah, priorities. Yeah, exactly.
You were not looking to build a civilization. Is such killing unlawful and unjustifiable killing? Does it then become moral?
I think if a society is developed around that particular, or lacking that particular attribute, then the inhabitants of that society would not consider it to be immoral.
And would they be right or wrong?
In my subjective opinion, they would be wrong.
Okay. What you said earlier is that your morality is subjective in that if your authority, the Secular Humanist Manifesto.
No, he never said that was his authority. He never said that. What are you talking about?
I said
crappy thinking.
It's the overhead projector again.
Yeah, I said that I used the secular humanism as a guide, but I didn't say that was my ultimate authority.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, it's projection.
Yeah, it's I have a magic book, therefore you must also have a magic book.
Right.
Because this is the way.
And he wants to just compare, my authority is the Bible, your authority is the Humanist Manifesto, which is not a prescription of something. It's, no.
Well, there is a potential that it isn't just projection and derpism here. It could also be an intentional tactic. It's sort of like how Kent Hovind likes to say, your evolution is a religion. He's inadvertently exposing that religion is not actually a reliable way to come to truth or knowledge or anything. But what he's trying to do on a rhetorical level is undermine the reason people should believe you. Like, aha, we're on the same plane. Joel may be tactically trying to do the same thing, and he's just sloppy enough about it that it looks like more the same projecting he's been doing.
Yeah.
Were to deny something that you felt was moral, you would deny them. Do you not grant to others that same moral autonomy? Are you the only one who has moral autonomy and individual judgment, or do you grant that to others as well?
How would you have subjective morality and go, but I don't grant others their subjective opinion? Like, seriously, I
don't know. This
the
confused me.
All morals.
This is the weirdest question.
No, look at my face. My face right now is like, what the fuck is he asking?
Yeah, no, I
Like,
completely
are you
understand. It's
serious?
like, what? I think he's trying to say, hey, do you grant that the people in the Bible were moral, kind of thing? And it's like, yeah, but it's not an unchanging God. What? Why? Wow, okay.
I grant it to others as well.
Okay, then on what basis, given your own worldview, could you say that somebody else is morally wrong?
Because we can all come to our own moral conclusions about things, and we disagree all the time.
And that's just an expression of your own internal subjective morality, correct?
Yes, with the caveat that my internal subjective moral foundation is representative of my environment and my experiences that I've had.
Right, much like the ancient Israelites. Okay, so let's move on to talking about evidence.
That was not a question, sir. This isn't the time to make statements like that. Like, this is just sneaky. He slipped that in there, didn't he? Like, seriously, that's not a question,
because he
sir.
could.
Yeah,
because he could. I mean, he's allowed to do that, and I'm not allowed to pose statements or clarifications.
That was a bit of a rough question. Oh, I stand corrected. That wasn't a question at all. Yeah, just saying.
It was pretty rough then, wasn't it?
Yeah, about the roughest you can get. So rough it wasn't even a question.
Are your beliefs evidence-based?
Yes.
What is evidence?
Evidence would be some piece of data that comports with reality to support some kind of conclusion.
And we'll stop you right there.
Stop you right there. Okay, not bad. Yeah.
And now we're going to do the 7-minute cross-examination for Godless Engineer. And after that, we will move on to the 5-minute closers. So you will get a 7-minute cross-examination, Godless Engineer, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Don't forget, this isn't a debate about morality. This isn't a debate about like ethical systems or how you get. This is a debate whether God exists. If this is all he has is, well, I think I have objective, like, seriously, my guy, you have given nothing. I bet at the end he's just going to go, well, I've demonstrated it. Thank you very much.
It has been demonstrated.
It has been demonstrated. Thank you. Wow. Joel.
All right, so Joel, do you consider murder to be wrong?
Of course.
Okay. And you would affirm that in the 10 Commandments, God says, "Thou shalt not kill."
No, I would not affirm that.
Oh, okay. What does it say?
Thou shalt not murder.
Okay, thou shalt not murder. Got it. So in that particular instance, if God is saying that, why does God then directly command the Israelites to go out and unalive people that are innocent in that way, like innocent women and children and those kinds of groups?
I'm assuming that when you say unalive, I'm assuming that you're meaning murder. Because you already said the word murder. So
yeah,
is that fair? Are you referring?
Sorry, I'm swapping up TikTok language. It's a habit.
Totally understood. I get it. But am I correct that you are, by your question, are you implicating God of commanding murder?
Yes.
Okay. That was not murder.
What I'm guessing, what would you not consider it to be murder because of the fact that whatever God commands is considered legal in a way?
Oh, not in a way. I mean, everything that God commands is definitionally moral. So,
okay, interesting. Anything God commands is definitionally moral.
Mm-hmm.
So this opens
my giant circle. It's made of gold, though.
This opens you up to really concrete language to say, hey, if God told you to go and destroy everybody around you right now, that would be moral. That should be the next question, right? If God told you to go and take out your children, that would be moral. If God told you to take a rifle and go and shoot up the legislature, that would be moral to you.
Well, here's the thing: is Joel kind of painted himself into a corner on this one because he just went through how under his prescriptive description of what murder is, it's the unlawful killing in a society, etc. If I went around and started unaliving people and said, well, the immoral or the morally perfect invisible being told me to, whether they're morally culpable or not, it's still illegal in my country. I am breaking the law. Even if I'm commanded to murder, it's still murder under what Joel just said. Now, if God himself, like William Lane Craig makes the argument that, well, technically God unalives everyone. So in the case of the Canaanites, he was just telling the mortals to speed it up a bit, but that's the key distinction. He was telling the mortals to break the commandment he had given, as opposed to doing it himself.
Right.
If he did it, maybe it wouldn't be immoral, but him commanding the mortals to do it created a violation.
Mm-hmm.
As a Christian, again, I start with the New Testament. I start with the Lord Jesus Christ, who himself was wounded and even killed for our transgressions. And then I read the Old Testament in light of that.
So how do you start? Like this is the thing that just bewilders me about precepts. Like we all start from our own consciousness. We all start from our own awareness of the world around us. That's how we start off. How do you start from something else, like something that's not you? I am absolutely baffled by this question. Because they're like, well, we start here with this thing that is external to us, but you only have your own consciousness. That's all anybody has. Unless they've got some magic line or something, and I don't believe they do. So it's kind of ridiculous.
Look, Mark, I don't think that you've considered Jesus.
I probably haven't. I probably have not.
Yeah. Listen, 2 + 2 = Jesus, and we all know that.
Yeah.
So, like,
we
you
all
just
do.
need to consider Jesus.
Oh, I hate you so much right now. I hate you so much right now. I'm going to need therapy for these precepts, I swear. It's just,
Right. But I mean, in a very real sense, in a very serious sense, like that's exactly what he just said right here. It was like, yeah, but have you considered Jesus?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's what he said.
Yeah. He's like, if you start with the conclusion that it's Jesus, you will get to Jesus. Amazing. Amazing. That's some astounding logic right there. Astounding. Ugh.
The worst part is that, like everything else he claims, it doesn't actually pan out. Like,
Yeah.
I can start with one unit of Jesus, work through Joel's logic puzzles, and come back, and now I have half a Jesus. Like, how do you fail at this impossibly low bar you've created for yourself and still fuck it up?
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
Joel finds a way.
The entire Bible is.
Sorry.
He's rambling again. Yeah, no, I got you, John.
I don't mean to stop you, but you know, short.
That's very important, though. Yes, I get that, but this is very important. And sometimes to flesh out an answer, it does take longer than
but it sounds like what you're doing is you're justifying divine command theory. So if God were, this is my question to you, if God were to come to you today and tell you, hey, I want you to murder your child or unalive your child, would you do it?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Watch him squirm. I swear, watch him squirm, because he's got no answer to this. Either he breaks God's commandment, or he tries to claim that God wouldn't do that. He's stuck. He's stuck. Let's see how he handles it. Beautiful, John. Love it.
I am not living in Old Covenant Israel or pre-Old Covenant Israel, and so executing God's judgment.
Irrelevant. That was not relevant. He never said you were living it. He said if God came to you today and told you to do this, none of that relies on any covenant. Could God do that? Absolutely, he could do it. Does God have the right to do that? Absolutely, he does. So he could. That is possible.
Right. And so this factors into like my entire argument of like, if God can't do that or he won't do that, then is he omnipotent? You know, is he still omnipotent in that case? And if he asks you to do it, is he still omnibenevolent?
Correct. But by Joel's logic and what he's stuck in is that God can do it because he's capable of anything, including creating a new covenant anytime he wants. He's not bound by any, he has to do this or has to do that. He can just decide to do it. Number two, he's already said that would be a good act. following his logic, he would A, have to do it because God commands it, and B, it would be moral under his system. Which is horrifying, but, you know, that's the only out he's got. Just sort of saying, hey, God wouldn't do that doesn't solve the problem.
And how do you know God wouldn't do that?
Yeah. Because it's not impossible. It can't, you know, for God to be limited like that, as John says, it breaks that other branch of the tri-omni God. It has to be possible. God has to be capable of it. So why not?
Yeah, it's not logically impossible. It's just another claim. God wouldn't do that. How do you know? Well, I believe God wouldn't do that. Well, why? Holy shit, Joel.
But God did it in the past.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. So God did it on multiple occasions in the past. He ordered a number of tribes wiped out. Why couldn't he? If he decided as such. It would automatically, definitionally, as Joel said, be logical. And that's where you can hang him with his own words. That's when I would sort of go, well, if God commanded you to do that, wouldn't that by definition be moral? Because he said definitionally it was.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
He's boxed in.
Yep.
For 4 centuries of judgment is thankfully not my responsibility. There is no biblical record of God actually killing. Sorry, let me retract that sentence back, and I'll go to my next sentence. Warning.
Why is he reading off his computer? Is someone feeding this man lines?
He's got a Cyrano thing going on.
What the hell?
No, I like how he started to say something that was just gonna be totally wrong, and then he's like, I want to nix that because.
Well, he was gonna say there's no record of God actually directly killing somebody. Oh wait, the Passover. Yeah, let's scratch that.
Or what about the time the guy was carrying the Ark of the Covenant? It slipped and fell, and he goes and he catches it, and then God strikes him with a lightning bolt. What about the time the guy was supposed to impregnate his brother's wife? That his brother died, and he decided to jizz on the floor. God killed him then. What about the 2 guys, the 2 Levites who used the wrong fucking fire or incense, in order to praise God? Yeah, and Hadoukened a fucking fireball up their asses. Like, I mean, there's so many different things that you can bring up there.
Sodom and Gomorrah. He just nuked them from orbit
on a Saturday.
Yeah. Like, holy shit. Who didn't God kill? Like, seriously. Wow. But, like, the fact that he's going, oh, well, I'll read the next line. It's like, why do you have lines? Is he chat GPTing his way through this? I don't know, but it's weird, right? Is it just me? It's weird.
No. It is weird. This entire exchange is weird. Because if you'll notice, all of his questions and everything like that has not so far actually addressed the question of whether or not the Christian God exists.
Right, absolutely. And it, barely has addressed the issue of whether a God exists at all. Like, it just, wow, okay, wow.
Things were always given first when the Israelites were invading a nation.
Okay, so this is the time to cut him off and go, look, it's a very simple question. If God appeared to you now and said this, would that be the moral thing to do? That is the question that he's getting away from by waffling about what happened in the Old Testament is no longer relevant today. Fine. But why couldn't God come and just tell you to do something? That is entirely possible. It's a hypothetical. It's got a simple answer. If it did happen, it would be moral, right?
But you know what would be a fun thing is when you say, if God commanded you to go kill a bunch of people and all that crap, and he said, well, that wouldn't happen. It wouldn't be like logically valid, but it would look great if you were to say something along the lines of, because he doesn't exist, and then drop a mic.
Well, it does have to be a question. Is that because he doesn't exist, maybe? Yeah, gotcha.
Well, you just put the little inflection at the end of the sentence. Because he doesn't exist?
Well, I think pulling him back to the original question rather than, sort of this side tangent of, well, we're under a new covenant. Like, it is even if he wants to say that, the question is, how do you know that he wouldn't do that. Do you claim to speak for God? Like, do you know what God will and won't do?
Yeah, what does our covenant have anything to do with limiting God's abilities? Does God change or not? How do you know we're under a new covenant? Because your book says so. There's other people who follow the same God who beg to differ, but also we haven't even demonstrated that God exists, let alone whether the fan fiction is accurate. Like, there's a lot of some.
Be worried about going into the covenant stuff, because it is a long argument about whether the old covenant still holds or the new covenant has replaced it, or, you know, all of that stuff is just a red herring. It's coming back to, hey, there is this hypothetical. Could you please just answer the hypothetical? It's a hypothetical. Like, seriously.
It's red herring on the sidetrack, but it leads in the general direction of the actual debate topic.
Yes. But, you know, it absolutely smashes his morality, because he would have to say that that is then moral. So, you know, I mean, I remember my debate with Jim Bob. He sort of said, oh, well, I wouldn't do it, but it would be moral. What the hell? I don't even understand what that's supposed to mean.
I just don't obey any of the damn laws, and just, you know, suck Jesus's dick for a half an hour a week, and I'm good. I'm guaranteed to go to heaven.
I would probably disobey God and inflict eternal torment on myself, but I have principles. So where do those principles come from?
Casey just said that I'm a menace because Ember said something about sucking Jesus' dick. Because that's something I'm saying.
Not wrong. I learned it by watching you, John.
I'm a good influence. That's what I'm taking away from it.
Oh, yeah. No, I encourage any opportunity to talk about Jesus dong. I really do. I really do. It's what I'm all about. All about.
The divine didgeridoo.
Oh, dear.
For a city, and God is sovereign over life and death. Now, in the new covenant, we are governed by the law of Christ. And John, I mentioned this because that is the covenant
so hold on. So sorry, Joel. What I'm focusing on is God's actions of the Old Testament. I'm not talking about what is commanded by like Jesus in the New Testament or anything like that. My original question, I guess, to reclaim my time or whatnot, was that if God were to come to you today via revelation and say, hey, in order to prove that you know you love me, or that you are truly an adherent to my faith, I need you to unalive your child. Would you do that?
Yeah, if I received a private command to kill, and by the way, when I say yeah, I mean I understand your question. I'm not saying yes, just because in case somebody clips that. It would need to be tested against the objective revelation that God has already given. So, Mr. Gleason, we stand at
the objective revelation that God has already given. What the? What is that?
I don't know.
I think you're talking about the Quran or something, because you know the Archangel Gabriel appeared, witnesses said so, or something like that. I don't know.
A point in history where the canon is now closed. The question that you're asking presupposes a scenario, God commanding evil, that is biblically impossible.
It's a hypothetical. My guy, it's a hypothetical. You got to ask hypotheticals about, oh, if secular humanists suddenly decided that human life should be ended. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. He just doesn't want to answer the question.
Right. Also, does that mean that since it's impossible, God can't do it? Therefore, meaning that he's not omnipotent? Like,
oh, that would be beautiful.
You know, as it says in here, the canon is now. Oh, wait, it doesn't say that in here, does it?
Right.
Where does that idea of the canon is now closed come from? Very, very peculiar. Most peculiar. But okay, whatever. But yeah, I mean, the book says it, and the book is more powerful than God. It's the source of objective morality, I guess. But God can't transgress what his favorite translation of his favorite denomination of his favorite subdivisions version of a collection of books which were decided upon by a bunch of old dudes in the 4th century. It just gets wilder and wilder.
But that's fantastic, John. Jump on that. Like, are you saying it's impossible for God to command that? Absolutely. Watch him backpedal like an absolute. He will be a streak of lightning going backwards, because he will never admit that. Absolutely. We've got a super chat for the Godless Engineer for 5. Is that Great Britain pounds? Is that
that's how it shows up in Restream.
Is it? Oh, okay, gotcha. I mean, they could have just done the pound. Anyway, so in order for Joel to follow God's commandment, he would have to provide sufficient objective evidence of his commandment, but not his existence. That's a good point. He's more willing to offer objective evidence that he wouldn't command something than he would of his existence. Something's really wrong there. Like, seriously.
That is an excellent point. I enjoy that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, the fuzzy logic.
God is not capricious. He does not go back to previous covenants. He is good, and he is consistent. Okay. So this is a little bit, real quick, this is a little bit like asking if God...
No, you can't say real quick. He gets to reclaim his time because you're just waffling on and making statements. Like, you're just making claims, claim upon claim upon claim. He asked you a specific question. Let him reclaim his time. No, let me finish. No, this is my time. No, Joel. You know, you may have the moderator in your pocket, but don't. Seriously, what the hell?
Can create a rock so heavy you can't lift it? It's actually a nonsensical question.
No, I don't think it's nonsensical. Let me ask you this now: does God ever does God ever communicate to anybody in the Old Testament that they should unalive their child?
Yes.
So, given that, doesn't it seem at least possible that God could issue that commandment in the future?
No.
Why not?
Why is God then no longer omnipotent? He's not all powerful. He can't ask that.
That's a false dichotomy. It's not either.
That is not a false dichotomy. He can either issue the commandment or he can't.
Like, I feel like that's as dichotomous as you can get, right?
Yes.
He
can issue the commandment or he cannot issue the commandment.
Well, it's a loaded question, Mark.
No, it's a loaded.
Yeah, obviously it's loaded because I've got to answer it in a not favorable way.
Yeah. It's either possible for him to issue the commandment or it's not possible. It's one of the two. It's not a false dichotomy. And if it's not possible, then God is incapable of doing something.
With the one or the other. When I know,
well either God can ask it or he can't ask it. Either way, it seems like
ask a question. Ask a question, please, because I was giving an answer and you interrupted my answer with an answer of yourself.
Well, because you're not answering my question sufficiently here. You're saying,
oh, this is beautiful. Listen, watching him squirm, like he has to go to these ridiculous things, you know, like he can't. Like, this is the whole point. He's like, well, it's you know, I can't answer because he can't say that would be moral. Right? It's so unchristian. To be honest with you, he should just bite the bullet and say, well, if God actually commanded that, that would be the moral thing to do. Yeah, he looks terrible, but at least his logic isn't flawed. Right? At least his logic is valid. Right? But when he says, oh, God's omnipotent, but he's not going to do that. And then you say, well, why can't he do that? Couldn't he just decide to do that? Well, we can't. That's breaking your logic. That is absolutely breaking your logic. So I if I was him, I'd probably bite the bullet and say, yes, God, that would be moral if God said to do that, but I don't believe he's going to do that. You know, it's not within his character. And just eat it. You got to eat it at this point, Joel. Yum, yum. Start munching.
Yum, yum.
Let me answer it then, Mr. Gleason. Let me answer it. I promise I'll answer it, but it is going to take me a couple sentences, and I'll try to be brief. I promise. I want to respect your time. If God were to do that, he would be repeating a foreshadowing sign that he gave in Genesis when he told Abraham to do that. I don't know if you know that came from. I assume that you do because you grew up in the church. God does not.
Dude, you don't. Abraham and Isaac. You don't need to grow up in the church to know about that. Seriously, the binding of Isaac is very famously immoral section of the Bible. Like, just more atheists know about that than Christians do. Come on, Joel. Seriously, mate.
Well, you know, to answer the question fully, I have to read you the text of Genesis chapter 12 in its entirety, mind you.
Get out of here, Joel. Stop filibustering for time. this guy. Ugh.
Not revert back to previous covenants like that. So no, it's not plausible. The whole point of Abraham and Isaac was to point forward and to foreshadow the giving of God's own son on the cross.
What the hell does this have to do with anything?
The Hebrew scholars beg to differ, and also, how do you know that? And also, so what? What if God is? I mean, the Christians keep saying Jesus is going to come again. Would it be out of line for God to foreshadow his coming is coming?
Right. I have to respect the amount of coming that was just done in that sentence. But I feel like, I mean,
oh, sorry, wrong stream.
No.
Save it for your OnlyFans.
Yeah. But I mean, still, I feel like this plays back on the fact that if God is unable to, give this command or whatnot through a personal vision to Joel, that limits him in some kind of way, which violates his omnipotence. And
absolutely,
I that's like a problem.
Absolutely,
for Joel, not for me.
Yeah, for Joel. But there is nothing in the Bible that says that God won't do horrible things. In fact, in Thessalonians, there's a verse that says that God will send a powerful delusion to people. It says that God will cause hallucinations to make people do wrong stuff. So it's not, it's even backed up in the Bible that God can make people do things, or at least, put the suggestion to do things.
Like he did with Paul. He gave him a hallucination, and then he ran around and he wrote some letters, and then other people wrote letters pretending to be Paul. But no, never mind that.
Well, the whole point is, where in the Bible does it say that God can't do any of this? Like, he's saying, oh, we're under a new covenant, that means God can't do this. He basically negated one covenant. He can negate another. And what's the covenant?
Also, where in I mean, it's been a minute since I went through the entire New Testament, but I don't recall a single section where it says, and here's the list of things God can't do. Like,
right.
Where in what Jesus said is any of this coming from?
But the thing is that, like, the new covenant just replaced Mosaic law. There's nothing in it that says you can't, like, if God commands you to do something, you shouldn't do it. There's nothing in there. And there's nothing in there that says that God can't tell you to do something directly. There's nothing there. It's wild. He's just basically trying to get away from the question, saying, well, God won't do that. Okay. But if he did, hypothetically, if he did, would it be moral? And Joel, you know the answer. Eat up, my friend. Use that big soup strainer for something. Eat that moral quandary.
Okay, you're done with that answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, as far as God goes and God's commandments, his omnipotence and omniscience, do you believe in free will?
Not libertarian free will. I believe in real moral choice, not libertarian free will.
Okay. Do you think that God has the ability to? Do you think that God has a plan for everybody?
Yes.
Do you think that God having that plan for everybody is sort of a deterministic thing? Like, God has already determined that, like, for instance, I will not believe in him.
The Bible does not teach fatalistic determinism.
I think I know where you're going with this. I think I know where you're going, and it's glorious. It really is.
Teaches compatibilism. Compatibilism says that God sovereignly ordains all things, but human choices remain morally responsible and voluntary, not fatalistically determined. So, go ahead.
Sorry, it just made me think of a question. Can humans do things that are not in God's plan?
No.
So my actions have already been predetermined by God.
Yes.
So I don't really have any kind of free will. I'm at the subject and at the whim of your God.
No. Again.
No, let me just contradict all the answers I just gave. Yep. No.
Yeah, so what John's pointing out, and really well too, is that If God has decided, or God knows, even just knows that I'm going to pick up this pen, the question becomes, is there any other action I could have taken? And the answer is no. I had to do that. So it's not free will, it's the illusion of free will. There is no other possibility than what God already has decided in advance. And I love that he just walked into the God's plan thing, because it's not even that he's got foresight. He ordained what would happen. So how is that possibly free will? Well, spoiler, it's not. Can't be.
I think Joel thought he was dodging a God hardened Pharaoh's heart situation, which is why he walked into John's trap, because he was anticipating a different trap.
Yeah. So just avoided the snare and walked into the bear trap kind of thing. Stop the stupidity with 5 readerships. Oh, I've got to get out my announcer voice. Excuse me. I wish I had a mustache like Joel's. It'd make it so much easier. That's going out to Icarus, Calder 5, Mage Grey Wolf, Pablo Yopo, and Jefferson Spatchcock. I love Jefferson Spatchcock. Just the cock is great.
Some of those people.
I know. I know. Fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Stop the Stupidity. Winners, chicken dinners, all of you. Please enjoy your emotes and other benefits. Boo. Thank you so much. All right, where were we at? Joe was saying something stupid. Does anyone remember what it was? No, I'm just getting more and more aggressive towards the guy as it goes on. Like he's just, yeah.
So
answer, and then we'll stop it there.
Okay. I want to just affirm that this is a challenging question, but the term is compatibilism, not determinism. I'll say it again. God sovereignly ordains all things, including choices, but it's because of God's sovereign preordination that our choices are meaningful. And libertarian free will, as an atheist would want to have it, ultimately, without, I don't have any time, but ultimately it devolves into random chance and actually removes.
He didn't ask you about naturalism in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, well, no.
I don't feel like it had anything, like my question had anything to do with whether or not the decisions are meaningful. It's whether or not, like, because I think that it can still have meaning if God is the one that dictates it. It's just whether or not I'm the one that's dictating it, not God.
But he just said, like, his sovereignty makes all choices. And it's like, then how is it free will?
Yeah, exactly.
It's free will. It's God's free will.
Oh, right. There's free will. It's all God's free will. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That would make more sense. Okay. I think I'm okay now. I think I'm all right.
It's free will. So it's because of God's sovereignty that we have real moral responsibility and actual choice.
Okay, and with that will conclude the 2 rounds of cross-examination. So now we're going to move on to...
I kidnapped somebody, so in doing so, I gave them a real choice. What? You just said God makes all our decisions.
It's like when I decide my children are going to have apples, right? So I go to the store and I get the apples, and then I offer them their choice of apples or chocolate bars. But there aren't any chocolate bars because I've already decided they're having apples. And so they get to freely choose between the apples or the apples. And they chose the apples. Holy shit. Look at that.
I don't think that's even what he's saying. Like, he's saying that I took them to the grocery store and got them the apples and then gave it to them. So they freely chose the apples.
Yeah. It was their choice, though. Yeah.
I don't know what alternative possibility there could be, because, wow, okay, this has blown my mind, quite frankly. Wow, you absolutely smoked him on that one. When you have him going, it's very complex and stuff. It's like, dude, you're struggling right now. Like, seriously. Wow, okay, I didn't expect that. Holy crap.
the closing statements. Joel, you're going to get 5 minutes to do your closing statement and summary of the debate. And this is your last chance to solidify your position and make any rhetorical moves. And yeah, those 5 minutes will start whenever you say your first word, and then Godless will get the same opportunity.
All right. Well, again, I want to thank Mr. Gleason and our host and the audience and the judges. Tonight, we did address the most fundamental question of all, which is, does the Christian God exist? And along the way,
Did we?
I don't think you did. I think you addressed morality and free will and you know, foundations of intelligibility. I don't think we got to the God in any way, shape, or form.
And
Like-
also, I don't know that that's necessarily the most fundamental question of all. But details.
Well, it's not to us, it is to them. I think it is to them. Like, you know, from his point of view, that's the most fundamental. It's probably not to us. But, you know, they didn't get to the God thing. Freaking precepts, man. Like, seriously.
got into questions of morality, questions of evidence and epistemology, even some questions about metaphysics. And yet my argument remained unanswered. And again, my argument, just so that everybody remembers, is that intelligibility is not able to be accounted for without God. And
oh, sure it is. Absolutely. Yes. Yes, it can be. You know, it may not be able to be demonstrated at all, but it can be accounted for.
The fact that he presented that with a straight face as if it made him an intelligent person, like for fuck's sake, my argument is that God exists, and if he didn't, then you wouldn't. Haha. Prove me wrong, checkmate, Ethan. Like it's a kindergartner's argument.
Yes.
And it's a bad one for a kindergartner. Holy shit.
Sorry, John, go ahead.
Yeah, and in my closing, I do address like his entire like position just with like 1 to 2 sentences, because that's just simply not the question of the debate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's totally fine. You know, you're not here to argue about the intelligibility of things. He's basically relying on, hey, we find things intelligible, and intelligibility comes from God, therefore God exists. It's like, well, you've got to demonstrate that intelligibility comes from God. You can't just claim it. But Steven Seagal over here, he doesn't think that way. He thinks, well, it comes from God first off, and then looks around for things to confirm his bias, because that's how apologetics works. Conclusion first, find things to support it. And I mean, it's appealing to you can't account for intelligibility. Of course you can. It's ridiculous.
It's the same thing every damn time. It's always look at the trees or the atoms or the math or the morals or whatever, and then that non sequitur, that jump to the argument of incredulity, therefore it must be my favorite myth. Every damn time.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you can't naturalism can't account for trees. I mean, you can say evolution, yada yada yada, but where do the atoms the trees are made from come from, huh, tough guy? Obviously that proves nil, the great not God and creator of creator gods exists to create the creator gods. It's right in the name, which then created creation. Ha
Jester for $5 like every successful theistic debate, they got into everything but the subject of the debate. The theist won the bar he dug a hole to get to. Look, this is the problem with presuppositionalists. They never actually want to go to how they know things. They just claim it and say, hey, I'm 100% confident, so that makes it true, which is not how epistemology works in the slightest. So yeah, I agree with you, Jester. I really do, mate. I guess I would have liked to see John try to get away from that, but I know how hard it is to get away from that when he's like going in for absolute foundations and stuff. It's really hard to go, well, let's go. And I mean, I was having this problem with Jim Bob the other day. He's going to foundations of knowledge and stuff, and I'm talking about genetics for evolution. Like, how do you get away from that bullshit? It's rough. It's hard. You know, but yeah, it's holy crap.
And as a result, therefore God exists. So intelligibility obtains, it cannot be accounted for without God, therefore God exists, because intelligibility is incorrigible. In other words, you can't avoid it. Now, at no point did John try to argue tonight that intelligibility does not obtain, that it's not real. I'm glad for that, because we couldn't have a debate otherwise, and that'd be self-referentially incoherent anyway. But what was missing was a grounding for any of the transcendentals or the preconditions of intelligibility that I appealed to.
Yeah, so transcendentals, the way he's using it is things that transcend material world, right? And so a materialist doesn't believe in transcendentals like that. Okay, there's things that sort of transcend, say, various realms, like quantum to physical realm or abstraction to material, things like this. But we don't think the transcendals he's talking about actually exist. So he's got to show that these things transcend into some kind of spiritual realm. He's got to show that, which he never did. He just presupposes it's true. And that God's the foundation.
Because I mean, so there's a couple of different ways to conceptualize grounding, but it's not just a claim. You have to show that that's the foundation, that there is a foundation. It has to be a real thing. And if you can't connect the evidence to the claim, that's your warrant. Your position is unwarranted if you can't bridge that divide.
Now, what John tried to do was...
But Ember, it is demonstrated.
Mr. Gleason, what he tried to do was he tried to reveal an inconsistency in the biblical worldview. But there is an overcoming defeater for every...
No, that's not what he tried to do. He tried to show a inconsistency in the attributes that you put on God. That's the problem of evil. Like, he's not trying to do anything about the Bible. It's just the biblical worldview. No. It's the attributes that you give him, the omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence. Particularly the omnibenevolence is the one that he's going after. He's not trying to do anything with the Bible. It's silly. Silly.
Supposed moral inconsistency in the Bible. And that is the fact that in the biblical worldview, God is the standard of goodness. Jesus Christ himself says in the Gospel of Mark, no one is good except God alone. And so by failing to reckon with that, John has failed to account for that very important precondition of intelligibility that he wanted to use. But I told you in my opening, he was going to try to use the preconditions of intelligibility or use these tools without accounting for them. And so...
No, you don't need to account for something in order to use it.
I mean,
what?
I have this pen. Unless I know which facility this pen was made from,
correct,
it just will not write for me. I mean, that's how things work.
How can you use a pen if you don't know how it's put together and exactly where all of the plastic is sourced from? I mean, come on, who made the plastic, Ember?
Right. Exactly. I mean, you need to know. And in fact, it's a complex device, right? Like, it's got multiple pieces. It's got the little springy thing so that it does that when I push the button at the back. And it's a very complex thing. So clearly it must have a single designer of infinite intellect. It's the only reasonable conclusion.
I can't argue with that. But really what he's trying to do is say, and this is what precepts do. They basically go, you don't have access to logic, intelligibility. You can't make arguments because you don't have access to that. I do, so I win, and it comes from God. And that's the only reason I do. Well, you haven't shown that to be the case, Joel. You've just claimed it. And, naturalism perfectly accounts for intelligibility. It's not a problem. Except for you. And we got into uniformity and stuff. What the hell? Like, seriously?
So the challenge that I laid out for my opponent tonight was that he would have to account for intelligibility and then use the tools given to him by his own godless worldview to actually disprove God. We did not hear any actual arguments against God's existence.
We didn't hear any arguments for God's existence. we heard arguments against materialism, against this, against that. We didn't hear anything for God, much less the Christian God. I mean, you've got a debate about is the Christian God true, and it's like, or does the Christian God exist? And the Christian God was only mentioned twice in the entire thing. How is that fucking possible? Wow, okay. Yeah, look, this debate was not your fault, John. Honestly, mate, this is ridiculous, man. Like, seriously.
We heard radical moral subjectivism. We heard
radical moral subjectivism. What the hell?
Radical.
Yeah. Radical. What the fuck is that? Like, I think that most people would say that fundamentalists are more radical than, your average secular humanist. I'll be honest with you. Like, we're not very radical. Wow.
Speak for yourself. You haven't seen me on a skateboard.
There you go.
I can't use a skateboard.
How do you do, fellow kids? Huh?
One hand, and then even if they did not appeal to any transcendent standard. I think John got close to affirming that once or twice, but when he said that it's possible for a nation to be wrong, but consistently, even on his own standard, that every nation and actually every individual who makes a moral choice is doing right by Mr. Gleason's own standard. So
no, not by Mr. Gleason's own standard, by their own standard. No, bad, Joel. No, naughty. That's a straw man, sir. That's not right. That is not what he said. No. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think he listened to you all throughout that morality interaction, because that...
Definitely not.
Yeah, nope.
Essentially what we have, just to paint a very clear picture here, is on the one hand, we've got a robust philosophical argument that grounds intelligibility and actually makes this debate possible. Grounded in...
Without God, this debate wouldn't be happening. What the hell, Joe?
Obviously. Obviously.
Oh,
don't you know that God is up there and he was watching this debate happening? He's like, I made this debate happen. They couldn't do this without me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I predetermined this debate, and I predetermined Joel would win. It has been demonstrated. Look, I mean,
here it is in Thessalonians. And on that day there shall be a debate between the thinker of institutes with the porn stash and the engineer of the godless. And it shall come to pass that the man with the stash shall prevail.
So saith the Lord. Look, you could be really cheeky and go like, if God is like making this debate happen, why did he give you such terrible arguments, Joel? What is this song and dance that he gave you? Like, you're under-equipped, mate. Like, seriously. Wow.
Well, you already solved that one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing.
God with ChatGPT.
It's important to remember that Precept isn't to convince people. That's not what it's supposed to. You have to believe in a God already to subscribe to what Joel's peddling right now. It really is to reaffirm people's belief that they believe in God. What's good reasons? There doesn't seem to be a problem of evil, all this stuff. Oh, yeah, it provides intelligibility. Right, got it. That is the reason for Precept. It's there to convince. It's preaching to the choir, essentially.
Without any contradictions. On the other hand, we have an appeal to emotion, an appeal to custom, an argumentum ad populum, meaning an appeal to popularity. Well, we don't do that anymore. We heard John say that we are making progress.
We noticed you doing that, Joel. Yes.
Well, he was the one saying we don't do that anymore. We're under a new covenant.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's doing that projecting thing. He's saying, on the other hand, we have, and then lists off a bunch of shit that he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he did not say progress towards what. He never gave an objective standard. And so that is what's missing from the debate tonight. One side had all the grounding. One side had all of the...
You didn't demonstrate any of that grounding. You just claimed that it exists. One side had all the grounding.
I mean, he's not wrong.
So, yeah. So I mean, he's totally forgetting that in my rebuttal, the one rebuttal that I had, I listed off all of the secular ways that you could ground the things that he's talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't go into it in depth and explain it like he did, because that is not the debate.
Right.
One side had all of the, quite frankly, the impossibility of the contrary, and the other side had.
Okay, so this is one of Joel's favorite phrases: is impossibility of the contrary, right? And it's a phrase he loves to trot out. Now, he didn't during this debate. Now that he said it, I'm actually astounded he didn't bring it up, because he loves that sentence, right? But he had to drop it in the thing when nobody can, ask, what the hell is that? Basically, it's that there is no other possibility to show the intelligibility and transcendence than a God, right? Now, on chasing him down, I've asked, well, why is it impossible to just be natural laws of the universe? And he said, well, because it's God. So keep in mind this. He's saying it's impossible to be anything contrary because it's God, and it's God because it's impossible to be anything contrary. It's a circular argument. It's literally and this is he throws this in last minute. Damn, Joel, mate, what are you doing? When you chase this down, it is just a massive circle, and that's all it is.
It's not even that massive a circle.
Well, no, it's not really.
It's 2 points,
I'm just saying it's pretty fat circle, it's pretty thick kind of circle there. Maybe I used the wrong word.
It's a very high density circle.
Yeah. This circle has thunder thighs, mate. Stop. Just stop.
Baseless, arbitrary claims. And so I would encourage you to decide the outcome of the.
Did he just say you made baseless, arbitrary claims? Holy crap. Holy crap. That overhead projector is really doing work. It really is. Holy crap.
Where's that irony alarm?
Yeah, I've got an irony emoji. I'll drop some in chat.
This debate, not based on emotional appeal, but based on solid biblical evidence, evidence from the impossibility of the contrary, and which side had an actual argument that established and vindicated his proposition. The very tools used by the atheists to attack Christianity are only possible if the God of Christianity is true. If you remember one thing tonight, let it be this: no God, no intelligibility. Intelligibility, therefore God. I'll say that one more time. No God, no intelligibility. Intelligibility, therefore God.
Yeah, I have a problem with your first premise. It's begging the question. It's saying that intelligibility comes from God.
Right.
It's just begging
and he
the
just
question.
states it. He arbitrarily states it.
Yeah, it's putting the conclusion in the premises, and he just stated the irrationality of the argument. That you've got to have the God doing it first in order to come to the conclusion that God is required for intelligibility.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing. We did it a little while back, but if you dig into the entailments of impossibility of the contrary, it is a self-defeater, because its entailments are inherently contradictory. Again, it'd take a while to go into why, but if anybody is interested and hasn't caught that discussion before, a quick Google will get you started. It's not that far under the surface.
Again, thank you to my opponent. Thank you to our host, the judges, and all of you fine people watching. God bless you, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, with that will conclude Joel's 5-minute closer. Now, Godless Engineer, you're going to get 5 minutes to do any last rhetorical approaches that you want to do, finalize your argument, and summarize the debate that just happened. Your 5-minute closer will start whenever you say your first word.
All right. Yeah, I do also want to thank everybody, especially Joel, for having the debate tonight, even if maybe we got a little heated or whatnot. I typically do during.
No, you're fine, mate. You're absolutely fine. No, don't say that. Like Joel, I'll give him credit that he's less obnoxious than most pre-subs. Most of them go in for really being obnoxious, really terrible. But Joel's not, and I'll give him credit for that. He's fairly reasonable as far as pre-subs go. So hey, you got to give him credit for it. And you were fine, John. I wouldn't say this was heated, like at all. Watch my debates. They can get heated, mate. Like seriously.
Debates. But I do disagree with a lot of what Joel just said in his closing statement. I don't mean to bring up things at all that he would need to respond to, but I do want to emphasize that I did actually handle the basic tag arguments. I just did not go into a deep philosophical conversation about them. For instance, I broke down the common fallacies that are tucked into a tag argument versus the begging the question.
Nice.
Joel just ad hoc assumes a divine mind is governed by logic and yet claims that only a divine mind can ground that same logic, which is a circular argument. There's also the false dichotomy that he presents, being that he totally ignores all the non-theistic accounts for the laws of logic, mathematics, and everything like that. And I'm talking about Platonism, naturalized epistemology, and emergentism. All of those things provide sound grounding without the need for a God. Finally, Joel uses an argument for ignorance, from ignorance. Basically, he can't imagine or he can't understand a reality without a God, so therefore a God must exist. And then finally, there's a category mistake that is used in the tag argument generally, where the tag apologist is going to treat abstract relations or valid inferences like concrete objects that need causal origins. So I did handle these things. I did, point these things out. So it's not that I left those unanswered. They're just easily refutable, which is something that's completely different. I found that Joel was not able to sufficiently justify why God is omnibenevolent, omniscient, and omnipotent. And I use omniscient or omnibenevolence as just my attack point for demonstrating how illogical God is. So, because if you're going to claim he's both omniscient and omnibenevolent, then he can't be omnipotent. And I demonstrated those various things using direct quotes from the Bible. I established that not only is God responsible for his actions in the Old Testament and the illogical nature of God in the Old Testament, but also how Jesus can be affixed to that too with the general theology of Christianity. I feel like if Christians didn't...
Yeah, that was the immutability part, which was fantastic. Like, getting him to agree to that, fantastic. He couldn't walk it back. He couldn't get away from it. It's just, he it was Jesus as God doing that back then, and that's hilarious, because it's not just going after Yahweh, it's going after Jesus by proxy. I love it. Absolutely too. That's awesome.
Want the Old Testament to be pertinent to our analysis of God and whether or not he is any of these triomny states, then maybe the theology shouldn't be that God is the same in the past as he is in the present as he will be in the future. I feel like it doesn't really matter that there's a new...
Oh, that hurt him. That actually... Did you see that look? What the hell? Wow, okay. It was almost like, I can't do that. I can't. What the hell? All right. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but he looked in pain a little bit.
Covenant, and that Christians won't be given any kind of new commands now. As we've been able to see at various instances in the past, many people have proclaimed that God has given new commandments. If God hadn't given new commandments, then Islam wouldn't be a thing, Mormonism wouldn't be a thing, Jehovah's Witnesses wouldn't be a thing, multiple different denominations of Christianity wouldn't exist. If
he doesn't think they're Christians. Like Mormons, for instance, he won't think they're Christians. They're fake Christians. They're not real Christians. Same with probably Latter-day. What is it? The Jehovah's Witnesses and things like that. He won't think that. He'll be sort of
all the offshoots.
Yeah.
God somehow didn't give new revelation or didn't.
Sorry.
The Quakers, the Shakers, the candlestick makers.
Yeah. All of the denominations. Yeah.
It means something different than what Joel is interpreting out of the Bible. So I don't feel like Joel actually sufficiently answered any of my questions as far as to rescue God from his illogical nature. I feel like what Joel did was he made rather nonsensical statements, especially about free will and benevolence. I still don't understand.
I'd probably avoid saying feel, what I feel like kind of thing. I'd probably say that's what Joel did, you know, like just state it as fact, because he's doing the same. He's saying John did this and did that. But that's really nitpicking, mate. It's not a big deal.
Understand how God can be considered benevolent when he does what generally people would recognize as not benevolent things. I would think that Talmud rabbis that explain how 14-year-old girls, 12 to 14-year-old girls were married off to older men. I figured that would be sufficient evidence. I mean, I didn't get a chance to bring that up in questioning, but that is something that's actually mentioned by Talmudic rabbis about the culture at this particular time. So this was a thing that would happen. And what Joel claimed about the marriage of young girls would be something that is outside of the normal operation in the ancient world. In the ancient world, girls were married off at that,
Finish after the last sentence.
I think that anthropologically and culturally, we can understand that in a natural sense, but if God is some kind of absolute moral lawgiver, it just doesn't make sense.
Okay. And with that, everyone, that concludes the amazing debate that we just had with lots of information on the topic, does the Christian God of the Bible exist?
What are these the judges that are talking out here?
Yeah, right here at the end.
So we'll do like 10.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, right here at the end, the judges give their summation.
Okay.
10 minutes of questions, but judges, do you guys want to say what your results are?
Yeah, I can go first.
Go for it.
All right, so looking back at my notes here, I'd say both of you, just starting off, both of you spoke pretty well. Just rhetorically speaking, I would give the slight edge rhetorically to Joel. I do think he was a stronger speaker in general. But in terms of the argumentation that was given, I have this debate as a draw. And the reason why is because I think the proposition or the debate was supposed to be, does the Christian God exist? I think Joel did give his argumentation. I don't think his argumentation would suffice. And I also don't think that Godless Engineer did enough to refute his argumentation. I think I wrote down, it came down to 2 points. The 2 points that I have is, first of all, it was just about the omni properties of God. And Godless Engineer did spend the most time discussing the problem of evil. But I don't think Godless Engineer did a good job really explaining or not explaining, but rather demonstrating that the problem of evil, the way he did it, actually succeeds. And the reason why is because on both sides, the term objective is very vague. It wasn't even defined. And so if objective means unchanging, you have that both.
It doesn't. That's absolute is unchanging. Absolute is unchanging. Objective means stance independent. So yeah, it's probably because you both knew what objective was, but yeah, okay, Judge, sure.
Yeah,
I don't think
terms.
I don't think objective is a very vague term. It's pretty well understood. You know, it's either subjective is stance dependent. It depends on a stance of yours, and objective is stance independent. Doesn't matter what your stance is on it. That is literally what that. It's not like they're pretty well understood. I don't know. Okay, maybe he doesn't understand completely. I have no idea. Okay.
God Engineer side, Godless Engineer, and on Joel's side, there's and if objective means mind independent.
No, it just makes stance independent. So that sort of follows. Like if it's mind dependent, then it must depend on a stance. Yes, but that's a weird way to describe it. Weird way.
There's a lot of weird ways he's described. Like, you know, he says on rhetoric, it seemed like Joel was the more confident speaker. Like that's not really what rhetoric is. Like, what are you judging here, my judge? Like, what are we doing?
Neither has demonstrated how they have that, and so it's a wash at best when it comes to the objective side. And also, Godless Engineer has repeatedly appealed to secular humanism when we're talking about the problem of evil. Is like, well, according to secular humanism, rather, this is wrong. But then I don't think there was a suffice explanation why we should even care about secular humanism, or why, especially, Joel has to abide by that. And for every question, I think in the cross section
that's outside of the scope of the debate. It was only brought up as a response to Joel's questions of, well, what standard do you use? Why would they go any deeper?
Yeah, it's weird that he's sort of going, well, neither of you actually really address the crux of the issue, which is the existence of God, but you're not responding enough to the completely unrelated topics. Like, that's very, very strange. Because you weren't bringing up these topics, it was Joel. And I would have, to critique the moderators, I think they should have gotten it back on track a lot of the time and said, hey, you know, morality's okay, but really we want to go to, you know, can you tie it into the existence of God? Yeah, I mean, I get that you can make some inferences like, oh, if morality needs a God, then the God exists kind of thing. But it got so in the weeds. I don't know if you agree, John, but I really think it got in the weeds, mate. Like, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like it definitely got off in the weeds like during the debate, and I think on my end, like I got off on the weeds in the weeds a little bit on certain topics, but I definitely tried to keep in mind like my opening and my attack point in that, you know, trying to establish that, you know, God can't be all you know, the triomny traits all at once.
Yep.
Is where Godless Engineer can improve on in terms of trying to corner Joel and just admitting some action is wrong. But I think Joel did a good job and not succumbing to any of those questions. Like, yeah, that is wrong.
Oh, he dodged well, yes. Okay, is that a criteria that we're looking at? Like, so that's the kind of thing that they would, you know, if he's being very evasive, winding up the clock, they may see that as an advantage. I don't. I think that is, you know, sort of kind of either dishonest or sort of, you know, not the best behavior in a debate. Like when he was going on about stuff that had no relevance. I don't know, mate. I just don't think that being evasive is really something I would, you know, that would be a detriment from my side. I think that's a terrible debate tactic. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be like scoring a fencing match based on how well you tap dance.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
That is wrong. And so because of that, there was really nothing for Godless Engineer to show that there was any ground to stand on in terms of any action that God did was wrong, because Joel just said, well, according to God, that's right. So, and then so that just seemed like very washy. There's no firm ground to adjudicate on that. And then the second thing that I see that I could have adjudicated on is the grounding relation, like all of these things for intelligibility. First off, I didn't see anything that made the argument succeed, that if we don't have intelligibility, then that there is no God. Because we have intelligibility, there is God. I don't see why intelligibility is a requirement to be grounded. That is going to be like the biggest thing. So Godless Engineer really could have harped on this a lot. And I think he should have spent a lot more time doing so instead of his problem of evil. And because of that, I think that's why there's not much ground to stand on. I think the grounding relation was a huge part of the
standard on this guy.
Well, but I think that comment's right. Like, he could have harped on, like, you claim this.
No, it's true. He could have. But the thing, and Joel makes a point of saying, you know, you didn't oppose me enough. You have the burden of opposing me, not just saying I have to prove everything. You also have to present. But if he had, then they'd just make the criticism the other way around. You spent too much time harping on the problem of Joel's thing and never presented anything yourself, you know?
Maybe. I agree with him. I think he could have pointed out a lot more that it's a baseless claim. That intelligibility from God is just a baseless claim. Like,
I agree. I agree that I could have spent just a little bit more time on it, but I think that the debate got off too much in that direction in general.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, like, if I had spent that much time on it, then we would spend the entire debate not on the question of the debate. And so, like, I could have done that, but again, I guess in my mindset, as far as like the time that I had control of like questioning and rebuttals and everything, was focused on disproving the Christian God, which is really hinging on the triomny traits.
Yep. Okay. No, that's fair. I don't know. That's my opinion. But Yeah, it certainly, it's really. I don't mind the problem of evil approach. I think that is the strongest case that we have. So no problem with that at all.
But it wasn't really attacked.
Sorry, just to reiterate, I agree with you that I could have been a little bit stronger on the arbitrariness or the ad hocness of just saying that, intelligence requires God. But I mean, that particular part was really only just a small factor in his opening statement. And when he was continuing on through questioning and rebuttals and everything, he really wasn't focused on reiterating that. He was focused on other aspects of his argument.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
As much as I would have liked in this debate. And so it's a wash. The grounding relation thing wasn't explained why it's necessary. It could be the case that you don't, for all of these things that are intelligible, you don't need a grounding. I don't see why logic needs a grounding. I don't see anything else why it needs a grounding, especially if they're frameworks, even if they are arbitrary, why that would matter at all. And for that's why I have this as a draw. If any questions, let me know.
Here's the thing that I don't get. Here's the thing I don't get. It's a draw to him, even though everything that he's listing off is like, I don't understand this. I don't understand that. I don't understand this, are all things that Joel said. And his only thing with me is he didn't counter that enough. And it's like, okay, maybe I didn't, but I at least answered the question.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. It's kind of weird that he gave it a draw, unless he's marking, rhetoric, because he marked Joel higher on that as particularly high. I have no idea. I mean, they're not giving sort of a criteria or a what's it called? Oh God, when I went to uni, I used to know this. I can't remember the name of it. It's a schedule for marking, basically. I can't remember the name. Someone on chat will tell me, but it is a schedule for marking, basically.
I have this as a draw.
And so I guess I'll go next. This is like, I just want to say thank you guys. Thanks to both you guys for coming up here and debating, spending an hour of your time. Which I'm sure you guys could have spent doing multiple other things, and coming up here and talking to each other. But when I examine the prompt and what it's like, the point of contention between the two of you is that Joel's affirming that the God, like the God of the Bible exists, and Godless and you're saying it doesn't, right? And so, Joel's argument, right, his opening statement was one in which he said that Tag, right, the transcendental argument for theism, is going to, explain why God is necessary, right? But he doesn't really explain why the Christian God is necessary. He says it, right? He says that it's going to be, the Trinity is going to be needed for this, specific argument to function. But I didn't really hear any, so motivating.
A rubric. Thank you very much. A rubric. Yes. Thank you. I totally forgot the name of it. Thank you. That would have bugged me for the next hour or so. Like, seriously, thank you so much.
Factors to why anyone should believe that. I also didn't hear Godless actually contend with this point. He didn't really ask why it was necessary for the Christian God specifically to be, proven true from this inference. When I look at the sort of arguments that followed, Godless engineer didn't. He was trying to provide a moral argument against God and to sort of show internal critique. He didn't really assume any of the commitments of the Christian theism. He was arguing about omnibenevolence, but he didn't really say why that was wrong within the Christian worldview, which is where the contradiction would be found, right? It wouldn't be found from some sort of other arbitrary or other moral framework. You're trying to show, a contradiction within it's the opponent's epistemology or the opponent's commitments. Joel, I don't think Joel did a good enough job.
Out any system that includes those same triomni properties, you're also ruling out every system that includes those same triomni properties, including Christianity, at least Trinitarian Christianity.
And you've got to argue against Joel's version of Christianity. Like, he could be a person that doesn't give the triomni. Like, so Calvinists, for instance, some of them believe that, hey, God isn't omnibenevolent. He can just do bad crap. Like, seriously, he's just, not omnibenevolent at all. And so then the problem of evil doesn't apply to him. But you can't argue against a version of Christianity that's somebody else's apart from Joel's, so I don't know what he's talking about. It's almost like he's going, well, there's other versions of Christianity that wouldn't be hampered by these arguments. Yeah, great, go and get them.
Yeah.
But I do agree with him. Joel did not even get close to the Christian God. He did not touch that God with a 10-foot barge pole. Like, seriously, he didn't get anywhere near it. So, yeah, I agree with that part. But the idea that, hey, John's arguing against the Christian God that Joel's presenting, but not other versions. What? I don't understand that. He's supposed to argue against the arguments of his interlocutor in front of him, who is saying those are the properties of the Christian God. I remember because John even asked what the properties of this God was and confirmed them with him. So, yeah, this is nonsense. This is absolute nonsense.
It drives me fucking crazy because, like, again, the rubric is entirely vibes based as far as we can tell. Like, the one judge took notes, but he didn't demonstrate any kind of like weighting system or whatever. But whatever, maybe they just skip over that part because they figure the audience doesn't care. Fine.
Maybe.
But like, to say it's a draw on substance and then give notes like this, like Joel didn't demonstrate a fucking thing, whereas John's argument is too specific, but they're equal on substance. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
About actually motivating why the Christian God was real. He sort of had to explain why the Christian morality didn't entail contradictions, but that doesn't supply motivation to assume the Christian God is real. There are plenty of moral frameworks that don't inherently have contradictions within them. So I think off of rhetoric, right? I think Joel definitely won. He was a little bit more persuasive. He managed to corner Godless a little bit more, and get him to admit to some sort of arbitrary standard for his morality. I think the moral.
No, he didn't. It's subjective. You dumbass. Like, this is the thing. I said Joel would mix up the two. I didn't think that the guy marking it would mix up the two. What did I say? I said, oh, he's going to confuse arbitrariness, which means no reason for something, with subjective, which means that it's a stance-dependent reason, that it is your stance. Now, that stance can be based upon a whole bunch of stuff, right? That, hey, ice cream tastes good to you. That's why you eat it. That's subjective. It's not fucking arbitrary. And just in your defense, John, you said no such thing, that it was just arbitrary, like based upon your feelings or whatever. That you'd never said that. So what the hell, guy? Seriously. Sorry, that really annoys me. I mean, I thought Joel was going to do it and I was going to get mad, but now the marking guy did it? Well, fuck. Well, fuck.
I know.
Debate sort of switch from that ethics to
yeah, let's judge the judges. This is meta judging.
Applied ethics over and over. I got whiplashed a little bit. So when looking at both opponents' arguments and how they contended with the prompt itself and how they contended with their own arguments, I don't really see either of them motivating either the negation or the affirmation of the proposition. And so I have to agree with the team here and just assume a draw. And I hope this is not disappointing to the audience, but it just seems to me like the prompt itself wasn't really answered or even spoken about. I don't think Godless Godless didn't do a good enough job negating the prompt, and Joel didn't do a good enough job affirming the prompt. I think if they would have spent most of the time exactly.
What the fuck, Alex? They aren't judging the debate. They're judging the fact that GE didn't provide the best answers to Joel's questions. That's not what they said. They actually said that Joel didn't actually demonstrate anything. He just made claims. That's what the hell. Wow.
I feel like I'm in fucking crazy town because like they told us at the beginning, here's the thing we're deciding based on.
Yeah.
And then when we get here and like all of the judges have a different perspective on what we're actually deciding. Alex has a different idea. Like, why did you tell us the proposition in the beginning if whether the proposition was answered doesn't fucking matter?
Yep.
What are we doing?
On John's chat, a super chat for £5. Joel had to Joel had the affirmative position, therefore it's his burden. So wouldn't a draw go to John? Also, granting this pre-sub only gets you to the creator, not Yahweh. Well, number two, I agree with you. In debate, the affirmative, I think they do have slightly higher burden of proof, but that's not how it's marked. So each has the same burden under a formal debate to prove their position or demonstrate their position in some way. So, I think that if it washes out in a draw, then, really there's no reason to believe that God exists kind of thing. But that's not how they market in debate circles. So, yeah. Hey, Kata.
Yeah, I take a slightly. I was waiting until after the third judge, but since it comes up now from a super chat,
sure.
Yeah, like first of all, their metrics are fucked because Joel did not demonstrate his assertion.
Mm-hmm.
John may have been able to do a slightly better job, but at least he had a demonstration against his position, so it shouldn't have been considered a draw in the first place. The rhetoric thing, that's a separate issue. That's general persuasiveness, but that also there's some specific meanings depending on how much you want to get into it. It's not just how confident you are, it's what strategies and tactics you use specifically to appeal to a person's logic or emotion or whatever. But that's a whole other thing that you can grade on, intentional persuasion. But setting that aside, on the arguments, to me, John's was a lot stronger. But even setting my interpretation aside, since there was a positive proposition, and even if you want to accept that they declared a draw, then the proposition is not affirmed, and the win goes to the negative. From my perspective, that's how I see it.
Sure. I mean, yeah. That's what I would think, but that's not how they market, unfortunately, like in debate marking. So, yeah.
Why either or is true, you know. But off of rhetoric, I'll give it to Joel. But I don't know if the substance of the debate is enough to give it to him as an actual win. So I'm just going to say draw or wash.
Okay. And Cage, what do you got for the debate?
Jester for $2. Whoops. Yeah, John answered the questions, Joel, though. Yeah, no, and I agree. That squirming on the problem of evil, I mean, he did not answer the question. It was a simple hypothetical. I would have bit the bullet. A lot of theists would have bit the bullet and said that that's moral. Sure. Like, he didn't answer it. And you know, it's not, you know, for Joel to sit there and go, oh, he couldn't answer any of my questions. My guy, you sat there and squirmed for literally 10 minutes on the moral question of God commanding you to do something. Seriously, what the hell?
Yeah, I take it Joel won just off rhetoric.
Okay.
Is that
man.
it? That's how the judges should be responding. Hell yeah, man.
Okay. I think we all agree if it's off rhetoric, Joel wins.
Yeah. Off of rhetoric, yeah, definitely Joel. But off of substance, I don't think we got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the judges are saying that off of substance it would be a draw, but off of rhetoric they're saying that Joel would take the win.
I think because it's 2 out of 3 draw, then it would be considered a draw on like the important part of the debate.
Yeah, that's his entire thing. Just based off the rhetoric, Joel wins.
Yep.
What the fuck?
And it's not even on the rhetoric. It's I personally was persuaded to believe the thing I already believe. Therefore, Joel had better rhetoric.
So yeah, in the chat afterwards, Joel, I think here in a minute, Joel actually, I don't know, maybe it looks like it's going to end here in a second on it, but Joel actually did affirm that he did not even get to like the Christian God. And in the chat, one of the judges was like, oh, I didn't even notice that. I would vote for GE to win then.
Oh,
and so like, yeah.
You didn't notice. You were scoring the debate, and you didn't notice he didn't actually address the topic. Oh, that's some stellar work, sir. That's some stellar work there. Okay.
Yeah, no, because you guys all agree that Joel won on rhetoric. But
guys, again, the judges already.
They just hate tag. Come on, Alex, you're coping so hard. Oh dear.
Made their judgment. They're saying that it's going to be a draw, so it's going to be like, I get it. Like, you know, you have your rubric, and that's what the rubric is for them. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was a draw? Or did they change their minds? Oh, it was a draw. Okay, yeah. I was going to say, if that, like, I don't, like, after going through this, I really don't see how that could be you lose that debate. I just don't. Like, I'm trying to not have... you know, obviously, you know, you're a friend of mine. I like you, John, but I'm trying to be objective as possible and say you did not deserve to lose that at all. So
from my perspective, I felt like it was a bit unfair to say that I didn't answer the debate question, because I feel like I definitely substantiated my position that the Christian God doesn't exist, because of the fact that the requirements for that God is that he be the triomni traits, and you can't be that. You can't be all three at one time. And I gave several like concrete examples from the Bible that is used to describe that God. So if he doesn't meet his own standards, then how can that God exist, is what my point was.
Yeah, no, and that problem of evil. Now, you took it to a slightly different tact than the problem of evil is, and I, hesitant, but I will say this: I would have liked to see you go down the actual problem of evil, which is if God is omnibenevolent and omnipotent, then how does he allow evil in the world? Like currently, right now, how does he allow evil in the world that causes such suffering? So, you can go to viruses and earthquakes and floods kind of thing. Like if everything is a product of God's plan, then that is something that he deemed to have happened, because you can't appeal to free will with an earthquake, right? It's not up to any of us. These natural evils are kind of, he can't appeal to the Old Testament because they're happening right now. He can't appeal to, well, God's not doing that because he's omnipotent. If he couldn't stop it, he wouldn't either be omnipotent or omnibenevolent, right? Like if he allows it to happen.
Well, so I guess in my mind, the reason why I didn't go that route necessarily was because I felt like it was an easy out for him to just say, we don't know God's mind. We don't know why he allows this. And so we just have this blind faith or this faith in God that he's making the appropriate decisions. So I guess the reason why I took the route that I did was, if I could look at the, concrete examples in the Bible itself that supposedly, defines God's nature, with God being immutable and God directly commanding, like in Numbers 31, the killing of children and taking of sexual slaves, or any of the other atrocities that we would definitely recognize as atrocities now. I felt like affixing God to those kinds of atrocities, in the fact that he directly commands them, was a bit stronger of an attack point, just because of the fact that we have confirmation in the Bible that, according to the story, according to what I called the requirements document for that God, he directly commands this, which seems to be in contradiction with this whole omnibenevolent thing. So I guess I was trying to eliminate that aspect of it, but quite obviously, he ran with the divine command theory argument, which
and the covenant separation.
Yeah,
and that's something that saying, well, that was Old Testament, it doesn't apply to now, it's not something that we carry over. That is definitely, they're out for these precepts. They're basically like, well, that's got nothing to do with now. The great thing about the problem of evil, it addresses sort of the evils that we're currently in, and also evils going forward. And it's actually good for you if he says, well, we don't know, God works in mysterious ways, is what you're talking about. So at some point in the future, it'll be a good thing, that people died in this earthquake or whatever. But that hems him into saying, well, it's a good thing that people died in the earthquake, right? Like he has to bite the bullet and say, well, if every action God does is good, and God is responsible for these natural, what we call natural evils, then in fact they look evil to us, but in actual fact they're good. And then the question comes up of, why should we try and stop them? If God's mysterious and it's going to turn into a good thing at some indeterminate point in the future, why should we try and stop disease? Why should we try and stop earthquakes? Why should we try and prevent them all? Why are we fighting against God's good work? Becomes the question.
I guess in my mind, I don't see a difference in getting him to affirm that it's a good thing that people die in an earthquake versus it's a good thing that God commanded Moses to kill children and take sexual slaves. I guess in my mind, like he has to affirm this horrible position as good in either case. And so I guess maybe that's why I took that route, is I felt like it was a stronger affixing to God, being that it's a direct commandment. But I do understand the problem of evil, and I've made it before. I thought that, you know, it would definitely paint him into a painful position of having to affirm some kind of horrible, you know,
Oh,
thing.
and it did. We said it. I mean, don't get me wrong, John. I loved that you went there and he sat and squirmed on that one, like just furiously tossing out covenants, you know, behind him to shed the weight kind of thing. Like, it was really good to see. I think maybe you just went into the sexual slavery thing. I would have preferred. And look, mate, all of this is just in hindsight. We have the luxury of sitting here and analyzing it. When you're in a debate, I know it's a lot harder to, you know, let that go because you're in the middle of a debate. But I would probably just drop it and go on to the, you know, another problem of evil to hem him in, make him really squirm.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, I made that observation when I went back and I re-looked at it. I really should have just stuck to the genocide part as opposed to like the sexual slavery part, because you know, he's got several outs on that one there. So, and I totally appreciate the constructive criticism about, you know, how I attacked the debate, how I came at it, and you know, I just, you know, I don't take offense. I'm not trying to be defensive or anything.
No. I know.
Okay.
Yeah. I know, mate. You know, I'm just saying it can come across as like, oh, I would have been perfect in the. No, absolutely not. Like, the mind melting presuppositionalism. It's baffling, absolutely baffling. But actually, I think you did a really good job. I think that you made him squirm. I think that he was being very evasive, regardless of what the judges say. I think it was compelling to anybody that's not a presuppositionalist Christian. You know, like, so if you're just an average Christian who's like, well, the Bible is true, they're not going to get into this, oh, well, the foundations for intelligibility. You know, they're not going to get into that, but they sure as hell will open up the Bible and go, really? God commanded genocides? Really? Because a lot of them don't know. A lot of them don't know that. So yeah, I don't.
Bible verses.
Yeah, I mean, I see performance in a debate as sort of, you know, I mean, look at Christopher Hitchens, rhetorically fantastic. He had some problems with his logic at times, and, you know, I'd criticize him, but a masterful debater, like really just fantastic. So I think he did really well, actually. You know, and I will nitpick because that's what I do, and you'll grow to love it, John. You will, because you have no free will. God's decided you're going to grow to love it.
Yeah,
definitely decided.
Yeah, God's decided it, and you have the free will to choose to do it or not. But God has decided it ahead of time. So, you know, there's nothing illogical about that. And I don't know why they didn't give you points for that. Like, it was such a clear contradiction of logic. I don't know why they didn't give you points for that.
Because they weren't assigning points. It was just vibes. Yeah. Holy shit. It's so frustrating. Yeah, I mean, to me, again, my subjective position based on my past experiences of how scoring rubrics are set up and whatnot. But if you can make your opponent squirm, that's points for you. That's your rhetoric has increased. And I mean, I've done some situations where if you start waffling, your opponent has you on the hook and you're just struggling there, you start losing points.
Yeah, they should. Yeah. But the fuzzy logic super chat for two of our great kingly pounds. Could classism be a factor, e.g. Southern accent? It could be. That's impossible to know without sort of knowing their personal biases, fuzzy logic. It could be. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, well, you've got an English accent. That's the only reason you do well in debates. And I'm like, okay, but it's not English.
I mean, obviously, it was Joel's mustache.
Look, the mustache factor was there. Absolutely. Look, I mean, if you shaved the beard and just had a mustache, John, I think you would have done 10% better. A full 10%. Yep. I'm going to go out on a limb here, you know, 10%.
That would have won it for me. It would have won it for me. What if I shaved off like all of this right here and I just had this part?
But
No.
I mean,
No, sorry.
fuzzy logic is not wrong. Like the fact that he's wearing a suit, he's got like the accoutrements behind him. It can get you over the line to appealing to perception. Sure. You know, if that's part of the rubric, then like, what are you doing? Seriously. But that can be a thing. It shouldn't be, but did it influence them? No way to know, my friend. Could have. It's possible.
Yeah, but on the plus side, tag is a bitch of an argument to fight against, because there's no fucking argument, right?
Yeah.
When you engage an interlocutor who actually offers something, gives you something to sink your teeth into, you'll be able to show that you can sink your teeth in a lot more effectively.
Well, I would have liked, and that's something I was going to bring up, I would have liked you to go more to, how do you know that God is the foundation for intelligibility? Like, how do you know that? Like, what's the justification for that? Because knowledge is justified true belief, as we've said before. When you're saying that you know something, you're saying, I have a justification for it. So what is the justification for that? I think that if you went down that route, you would quickly get into circular reasoning. You know, like the impossibility of the contrary. Like he would say, oh, it's impossible to be anything else. Well, why is it impossible to be like a naturalistic law or a magic, right? Why is it impossible to be magic? You know, why is any other possibility? And you'll find that he'll end up going to, well, because it's God, right? Like it can't be anything else because it's God, and it's God because it can't be anything else. That's essentially what he's saying.
Yeah. No, I totally get that.
The use of the phrase impossibility of the contrary, which he did mention in his closing, you could tell he was just sitting on it, waiting. It was cooking his ass. He wanted to get it out. But
that's a vivid image.
There's an apologetics book by that name, right?
Really?
It's written by a fellow named Greg Bonson. That's the book's name, is Impossibility of the Contrary. He lays out the core of this and all presuppositional apologetics. It's the assertion that the very concepts of truth, logic, reason, and happiness, and whatever the fuck else you like, are only possible because the religion of choice is true. And in Greg's case, he uses Christianity, but as with the less sophisticated variations of presupposition, you can swap in pretty much anything else and the argument remains unchanged, which technically means it doesn't show the thing it purports to show, that any other contrary is impossible, because you can swap in anything else. But detail. The way it works is in practice is to lay out a dichotomy, worldview versus worldview. The presup will build a syllogism that might run along the lines of premise 1, God knows all things, backed with a passage, easy enough to find. Premise 2, if there were other gods out there, God would know it. Premise 3, God says there are no other gods, again with a scripture citation. So conclusion, there are no other gods. Yes, it's the book says a thing. That's what we're dealing with here. But also, keen observers will note there are lots of places in scripture where God specifically says there are other gods. And so premise 2 nukes premise 3, and the whole fucking thing is nonsense. But that's what impossibility of the contrary means. It's just circles within circles within circles with these people.
No, Saitan Broggen-Kate has been very clear to me personally that it's not circles, it's spirals. Okay, completely different thing.
It has been demonstrated.
It has been that's got to be my favorite part, where he just makes a bunch of claims and then says it was demonstrated. It has been demonstrated. That's another claim, my guy. That's another claim. Anyway, I've had a ton of fun. Have you got any other thoughts?
Are evidence.
Yeah.
And claims are arguments. So, yeah.
Apparently so. Have you got any other thoughts, John? Any tell people what you're up to. Where you're up to? Any other thoughts at all?
Yeah, no real thoughts, I guess.
I don't, as far as the debate goes, I know that I could have done better in some areas, especially in the questioning and like answering Joel's questions and, attacking certain parts of tag. So I do take the constructive criticism in that area, and I'm always trying to do better, like, in debates and, shoring up, my responses or my arguments for certain questions. So I do appreciate y'all's time and like reviewing this and giving me your feedback.
No, I love to review debates. And again, I get very nitpicky, like I wouldn't live up to my own criticism, quite frankly. Like if I watched my own debates, I'd probably be even more critical. Everybody's just trying to do a better job. That's what everybody's in, and it's really good that we can talk and say, hey, how would you do it? And that's our strength, our ability to, talk and work out things together. That's our strength. So I'm so glad you're here. I had a ton of fun, and I love doing this. So this has been an absolute pleasure. Where are you? But you can find you at Godless Engineer. I will drop a link because I am a professional that knows how to do professional things.
Links are handy.
Yeah.
There's also the website, right? godlessengineering.com.
Yeah, I've got that. I don't really update it all that much, but I probably should. But yeah, that, and I'm also pretty active on Facebook now. It's just Godless Engineering on Facebook. We got a private group, but we've also got a public page there, and so yeah. I mean, I'm all over the place, and I apparently produce way too much content.
That's not possible. There's no such thing. You're a liar. Liar. All right. Ember, my darling, where can people find you? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Much like John, I'm all over the damn place. My main YouTube channel is at Better Than Ember, but I do a bunch of other shows. I'm on TikTok and Instagram and various other channels. So the best way to keep track of me is my website, betterthanember.com.
Okay, fantastic. I will be back in a few days with Aimbot, and I should have something on Thursday, but you will find me where you're watching, I guess, except if you're in John's audience, and then I'm somewhere else. That made very little sense, but in a way, it's the foundation of intelligibility. Don't forget it. Be kind to yourself, okay? Like, we all know that it's very easy to sit back and make criticism and basically review these debates. It is very good of people to hear criticism and take it on board. And when you're in a debate, keep in mind, it is a lot harder than you think it is. Like, it really is a difficult thing to do, to come up with responses on the spot. So do keep that in mind. Thank you so much, John. It's really been a pleasure, mate. But please do be kind to each other, and I will certainly see you in the next one over at Ember's channel. So the next one, I think we're going to try and get Leophilius on board, who is, he loves the astronomy, and he loves physics and stuff like that. Loves philosophy. So yeah, want to check out one of his. But yeah, take care, everybody. And fresh meat, fresh body to dissect. Yes. Let me sharpen my scalpel. Bye, everybody.
She